Hey, hey, hey. Happy Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. It's almost over, guys. Summer's about gone. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are here today looking at Crystal Rogers 9 years later. We're going to talk about it, where we're at with it, where it's at, where it's been, and what has gone on, basically. So, thank you again for joining me here at the True Crime Cafe. I appreciate you all so very much. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. And as always, let's get this dang show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, 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 and welcome back, everybody, to the True Crime Cafe with Dago. That's me. It's great to see you all here. Thank you for joining us. I hope everybody's had a great day today, guys. I'm sorry I didn't make it in here last night. We had some storms and they knocked everything out. Power, internet, it was all gone. So my apologies. But here we are today. I got to play grandpa all day. I had my grandson with me till just a little while ago. So here we are. Here I am. Here you are. Here we go. We're here. We're back. Today we're going to be talking about Crystal Rogers. Is a cold case per se. 9 years ago, this case came about, and we're still looking at it. So I don't know how many of you guys are familiar with it, if at all, but I'm going to let you know about it. If you're not, it's definitely something that needs awareness brought to it and talked about and looked at for multiple different reasons. Thank you, Andy. Great to have you here today, all of you. Thank you for joining us. I know a couple of you know this case quite well, that's for sure. I know some of you probably have never heard of it at all, but you're going to now. Yeah, it was crazy storming last night. I thought we were going to get knocked out by a tornado or something, guys. It was crazy. So that's why I wasn't here last night. My apologies. I really was set up and ready to go, too. So kind of angry. I was bored last night. No TV, no internet, no nothing. I just went to sleep because there was nothing else to do. So come on in, everybody. Do your thing. Get yourself comfortable. And come on. Let's do that. And let's do this. Come on, come on, come on. And please share this out, guys, to anybody you guys would think would be interested in listening to this. as we talk about this case today. And please make sure, out of everything, you hit that like button when you come through the door. Even if you're just staying out in the hallway watching from back here, hit that like button, please, so that this hits that algorithm and YouTube is happy. Please, please, please. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Looks like we got 44 people here and 33 likes. Let's try to make that match up if we can and get closer to that algorithm, folks. Past couple weeks for me have been pretty crazy, so my algorithm is all messed up. So let's try to see if we can get that back in order. Please, please, please. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on. I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Andy, again, for posting these links. And anybody that has been supporting the channel via these links, thank you so much. My family and I are going through quite an ordeal right at this moment. And anybody that has donated to those, every bit of that is going towards that situation. And I thank you all from our hearts. My wife, my son, myself, deep from our hearts for any of you that have donated to help with that situation. God bless each and every one of you. God knows I don't expect anybody to do that, but every one of you guys, thank you so much again from our hearts for that. You're helping us get to a point to where we might be able to save the situation. We got a bit to go yet, but you guys are just an amazing community, and I want to thank every one of you for that. And I love each and every one of you for caring enough about my family to want to help us in that form. So thank you so very much. Thank you, Doodle, for that as well. Come on, come on, come on. Come on in, everybody. Oh, I definitely will inform you guys about this case, guys. I promise. Let's see here. Sorry, everybody. Hold on. Thank you, Miss Molly. I got your email. I appreciate it. I need to laugh. So, no, it's not really a cold case per se. It's just an older case that's still being actively investigated as we speak. From 9 years ago, guys. So, yeah, there's a lot to it. There's a lot to it. There really is. I'm going to try to bring in as much as I can with it tonight. We may have to go back to it again after the fact, but still. Definitely looking at it. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. I know it's unbelievable, but that it's been 9 years. Very true. Speaking of, let's see who we got in here tonight. I will, Molly. I will. Again, thank you, Doodle. All right. It looks like Doodlebug. Thank you again for being here, my Doodle. Love ya. Mysteries in the house. Welcome back to you. Salty Sleuth Investigates. Thank you for being here. Miss Wisdom Speaks. Sherry, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Alicia J, welcome back to you. Siggy, hello and welcome back. Miss Kimber, hello. Great to have you here. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Kells 420, always a pleasure, dear. SRB, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Smitten Kitten, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you. Lucia Williamson, welcome back. Mystic Butterfly, great to see you. As always, Crimson Moon, welcome. Kaylee, hello and welcome back to you. Captain Jax, my brother, good to have you here. Good to see you, sir. Stephanie Blankenship, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you so very much. JD847, grateful to have you here as well. Sunshine's in the house. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Mystic Butterfly, saw you. Let's see. Hummingbird Moth, thank you for joining us. AK47, what's happening, brother? Good to see you today, tonight, this evening. Salty, of course. Butterfly 71. Let's see. Thank you, Miss Sherry. I think Tomboy's in the house. There she is. There she is. Thank you for joining us, Tomboy. Aaron B, what's up, my brother? Good to see you tonight. Aaron B. We're getting there. We're getting there. Chelsaurus Rex in the house. Welcome back to you, Chel. Thank you for joining us. Come on up here. Miss Brandy B, the OG in the house. Welcome, Brandy. Good to have you here. As always, I want to thank you to the Blue Crew. Once again, I never could, should, nor would try to do this without you. You guys are amazing. That goes for my producers as well. You know who you are. Thank you so much for joining us and doing what you do for this channel. Myself, you guys make my life so much easier. And I do appreciate you all so very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Come on in, everybody. I did get hit by those storms, AK. Hard. I thought we lost a tree. I literally thought a tree went down on my garage last night. It scared the hell out of me, but it was actually my neighbor. It hit the ground. I thought it was my garage. Thank God nothing else got hit, but yeah, it was rough. I was checking to see if we got any naders to come through. Jack Satellites, welcome. New name. Good to see you. Peace and health to you as well, my friend. Thank you, Miss Andy. Again, Andy Rose in the house. Thank you for joining us. Niles Buckman, great to see you, my friend. James Tate, sir, welcome and glad to have you here again. Come on, we got 45 of you guys and 47 likes. That's amazing. I don't know how we did that one, but that's awesome. We're getting there. We're getting there. Mystery, great to see you. Bar Q, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. I think I've seen you already, Mystery, but you get a twofer. Come on down, everybody. Come on in. Let's see. Let's see. Did I miss anybody out through here? No, no, no. Alicia J. I know it's hard to believe it's been 9 years. Very hard to believe. Hold on here. Yeah, the verdict is going to be dropping on the Black Swan trial. I saw that too. All sorts of different things going on. Absolutely mystery. I love your name, so I don't mind saying it more than once. We should win some. Somebody asked a question somewhere. Yes, there have been 3 arrested in the Rogers case, but they still have not found Miss Crystal, sadly. Another case with no closure. No justice. Welcome, Sands. Thank you for joining us today. Lippy Chicken, hello to you. What are we doing, Doodle? It's storming there. Yeah, be careful, Doodle, please. It's raining and cloudy here, but we don't have nothing crazy like last night. But that's why I didn't show up for the late show last night, guys. I tried. It wasn't happening. It was not in the cards. Let's see. Mary Contrary, welcome. I like that name. TikTok is a poo-poo head. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, Molly. All right, all right. Philip Hughes, my friend, welcome back. It's great to have you here, brother. Norma Fralin, it's been a minute. Great to have you. Good to see you. Yes, Norma. Miss Molly sent something over just to give a little laugh. She asked me to play. If I can. Hold on a minute here. Holy hell. Did I get more after that? All right, one moment, guys. Give me a second here. Okay. So I sent out a message to everybody that I was going live, that I was going to be here. And Molly sends me this. She likes sending me all these little things. Okay, hold on a minute. Hopefully this works. Let me know. Hopefully the audio. Actually, let me retry it to make sure there is audio. Just a little something to give everybody a little laugh. She's good for these. And we're off. And it still didn't have the audio. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. One more time. Let's try this again. I've told you guys for a couple years now that I believe that Molly is perpetually a cat. That's why I get stuff like this all the time from her. It was cute. Thank you, Molly. It's definitely funny. John Coffee, hello and welcome. I'm tired. I am too, but just stressing makes you tired. Welcome, Stephen. Good to see you, sir. Mamasaurus, hello and welcome to you. Great to see you again, Philip. Being here. All right, all right, all right, all right. What are we talking about here, Siggy? Yes, we checked always, but no. Okay, I don't know. I get it, Molly. Brandy, I've had that 2 weeks of that white fluffy kitty. Hello, cats. Um, Thank you for asking, Steve. And I'm here. I'm okay. Stressed out as always, but I'm here. But I'm here with you guys, so that takes it the stress level down. Thank the Lord a bit. Again, I want to thank anybody and everybody that has donated to my Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal in support of what's going on in my life right now with my family and everything. God bless every one of you. Again, thank you for that. It means the world to us from the bottom of our hearts. You guys are amazing. Nobody is expected to donate to this channel, but you have to help support that issue, and I appreciate that very much from all of you. My wife says the same, and thank you very much from her. Hopefully, something will happen, and it will help it. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Sunshine. It's quite all right. And I appreciate that. The thoughts, the prayers, everything. It is so very much appreciated. Baby, where's that? Hold on, everyone. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Quinny, welcome. Good to have you here. For those of you that aren't familiar, we're going through something here where we may lose our home unless we come up with a specific payment, and that's why everybody has been donating towards that to help with it. So that's what I'm thanking for, and thank you for the prayers. I see everybody that's asking, but thank you very much. One second, sorry guys, my wife was having an issue with something. Well, at this point, Quinny, it's gonna take a miracle. So, and thank you for that, Miss Barbara. Wonderful to see you, dear. Kaylee, hello. I need about 750 more, Kaylee. Oh, for lives. Yes, I'm sorry, Siggy. Please accept my apology to all of you for not being here over the past week or so. There's been a lot going on. I've been doing a lot of different things to try to fix something. And I haven't been able to be here. So I'm deeply sorry. I know I've lost subscribers because of it and people that watch, and that's my own fault, but I haven't been able to do it. So my apologies to everybody else. Thank you for those of you that have stood by and stuck here and you're still here. That means the world to me and my family as well, that you guys have supported this channel or myself, even through the fact that I haven't really been here. So thank you very much. That means a lot. Beth Wagner, hello and welcome back. Good to have you. Thank you to the meatballs, by the way, for being here and jumping into sauce with us tonight as we dump a little of this sauce out and talk about the Crystal Rogers case. That's wonderful. I'm going to try to do, depending on how late this one goes, I may do 2 tonight. Okay. I might, just to make up for last night's, guys. I got to make up for a whole bunch, a week's worth. So Miss Sherry here, 20 months. My God, that's amazing. 20 months. She's been a member here. You had memberships. Did I really? That's so weird to think, but that's amazing. 20 months Miss Sherry's been here with us. She's our channel mother, I guess you could say, and has been since the beginning. She's always been here through thick and thin, hot and cold, good and bad. She stayed with this channel, and I love her for it, and she knows that, and we appreciate her so very much. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Happy Dago-versary to you, and I hope that you're around for a lot longer. So thank you for being part of this team, this family, this crew, and this community. God bless. It is, Quinny. I might have to split it up, but Crystal, I don't know, Miss Norma. I rent. It's like a rent to own type thing, Quinny. It's a weird situation. Oh, Norma, I understand. I'm so sorry to hear that. Welcome, Glitter. I've been through that before too. It's not fun, and God bless, and I'll be praying for you. That is so hard to deal with. I get it. Doc Holiday in the house. Welcome. Good to have you. Ro, hey, hey. It took me a while to figure out who you were, Ro, but it hit me one day. And you've been here for a long time too, Rowena. All right, guys. Right up the road. Okay, Norma. Interesting. That's right. That is right. She knows we love her. All right. So come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, if you will. Please share this out. If you think anybody would be interested in hearing us talk about this or look into it, please. It would be greatly appreciated. The more, the better. Um, let's see here. So yeah, I was a grandpa all day today. My grandson by myself. My wife was working, and we had a long day. There's no way I could have done this with him here. It just would not have happened. Um, because he's very demanding, very, very, very hyperactive. He's nonstop, and he doesn't nap. He's 5. So it was just on nonstop the whole day. Miss Kimber, happy Diego anniversary to you. 4 months. I swear it's been longer than that, but thank you so much for being part of this community and this team. We appreciate you. Love you, Miss Kimber. Thank you again. God bless. I absolutely believe I do as well, Sunshine. I have the best community in my opinion, the most amazing moderators, and the community in itself is just amazing to me. I love everybody here. I really do. Miss Alicia J, happy Diego anniversary. It has been longer, but 2 months. Congrats. Swear it's been at least 6 months, but either way, YouTube is so messed up sometimes. Thank you for being again part of the community. Alicia, we love you and appreciate you very much. Excuse me. That's so awesome to you guys. I just can't get past 20 months. I thought Mama Bear was the one that was here the longest, and I think her and Mama Bear, I think Sherry and Mama Bear are running nose to nose on that one. I do believe that. I think it's going to be a good night. I hope it is a good night, Doc. I really do. I could use something good in my life right now. I mean, I have you guys. That's amazing enough, but I need a little good news. That's all I'm saying. All right, all right. Doodlebug. I know that that's not true. Doodle's been here for almost well over a year. That's crazy. 5 months. Well, happy Dago anniversary, Doodle. Thank you so much for being part of this community and this team. We love you so very much. So thank you. 5 months. What a joke. Yeah, Doodlebug, she's been here for a long time. She's one of the producers, so that'll tell you right there. Yeah, you guys did. Quite a few of you guys, Sherry. 5 months. YouTube needs to get their stuff together. I mean, they want us to do certain things and do our stuff the right way, but they can't put their stuff together right. Oh, Salty. 13 months. I knew she'd been here for a long time. I think that's not even right, Salty. 13 months. I think yours is longer than that, too. Yeah, you didn't have membership. I didn't have memberships for you, Mama Bear. Um, you, Mama Bear. I want to say Salty, too. Quite a few of you guys. I didn't have. And you guys all jumped on as soon as I got them. It's definitely longer, Salty. I agree with that. But congratulations and happy Dago anniversary, and thank you again for being part of this community, part of this family, and part of this team. Again, I couldn't do what I do without you guys. You guys are amazing. So thank you. Yeah, Miss Brandy's 3-year Dago anniversary is coming up because she's been with me from the very beginning of me even touching coming out on YouTube at all when I was off in the other world. And she came on into this community with me. She was the only one I brought with me. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Jenks. I do appreciate that, brother, still very much. God bless. I appreciate you and all of you that have helped with that. You have no idea. Like I said, from the bottom of our hearts, it really means a lot. I hate talking about it. I hate this. I hate this period. So please no, I can't stand it. I really can't. Oh wow. Um, thank you so much, brother. God bless you. I do appreciate you very much. Doodlebug, yes. Yeah, it was you, Molly. It was you, Mama Bear, Kim Marin, you, Mama Bear, Kim Marin, Sherry, Tomboy Charm, Molly, Mama Bear, Sherry, Tomboy, Kim Marin, and there was a few others too. They all dropped over here, came in at the same time. Yes, thank you very much, Cap. Appreciate you, brother, so very much. You have no idea. God bless. Yeah, that is facts. I don't know why this thing sticks, and I know for a fact that Salty's been here longer. Salty came over here way back when, right at the very beginning of, I believe, the Idaho 4 case. That's when she showed up. So I'm pretty sure. So she's been here for a long time. Well over a year or more, to be honest with you. Probably about a year and a half, I'd say. So it's been a long time. It's hard to believe. You'll get a thing, Norma, that'll tell you how long you've been in here. Thank you, Doodlebug. Uh, absolutely. Guys, I appreciate all of you that are saying that when you can and can't. Please don't feel like you have to, but I appreciate you doing that. I do. Teresa and Norma, all of you, I greatly appreciate it. I really do. Crimson Moon's in the house. Welcome, Crimson. Yes, thank you for your laughs, Doodle. You always make us all laugh. I understand, Norma, and I appreciate that so very much. Oh, thank you. See, I didn't even know that. Thank you, Ro. All right, guys. So let me instead of yapping, let me again thank you, Doodle, for that. Let me get this kicked off with this, and there's gonna be a little bit of dang it, Nancy. Hold on a minute. It doesn't go to the county, it goes to a specific person. I don't own my home, it's a rent to own type thing. So, and I can show paperwork if you want to see. But you don't need to do anything, Nancy. Don't worry about it. Um, yeah, Brandy, you're fine, honey. You have your own things going on. Don't worry about that at all. That's why I hate talking about stuff like this. Just because I don't want anybody to think that I'm pulling something, because I definitely am not. Believe me, I promise you, I would rather not have to do anything like this at all. Thank you, Captain Jenks. I appreciate you very much. Much, Barbara. I would love and appreciate you so much too. I wish that I could do more in Timmy's case, and I will definitely be talking about it again. Hopefully, it will do more. So I don't know, Doc. We'll see. It would be amazing. Tracy Smith, welcome, and no worries about being late. So this is the earliest news thing I could find on this. I got to go back and find some more. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you for joining us. And I will go through some things once we get through this and try to put it all together for you guys. So I don't know how many. I know Salty followed this, but like I said, I know a couple other people know the name. I don't know how many of you actually followed the case. I hope not, Glitter, because I'm definitely not that kind of person. I can promise that, but I just I hate this. I hate this more than anything on the planet, you guys. I promise you I do. So, all right, guys. Let me know if there's any audio issues. I figured you probably did, Salty. Me and you have talked about it before, Salty. And I had said I wanted to get started on it. Um, and I'm trying to bring up some of these older cases that needed looked at, and I'm trying to again bring everything back to true crime and stay as far away from any kind of drama as I can. That's my goal, guys. That is my absolute goal. Is putting out. Thank you, Salty. I will, hon. And you're welcome to join me here if you'd like to, because I know you have a lot of info on this too. If you want to join me, you're welcome to, as always. Thank you, Doodle, very much. Thank you, Barbara, very much. I appreciate you supporting my channel, being here and caring about what we talk about. But yeah, guys, I'm trying to bring this back to true crime. At least this channel. I'm not saying that the other channels don't run true crime, okay? But that's what we're here for. And I'm trying to avoid every bit of drama that I can that's not related to true crime. And if that's not something somebody wants, which I've found out because people have left and I have lost subscribers because I'm not covering any of that stuff, I'm sorry. That's just something it's gone too far away from true crime, you guys. It really has. And that's why we're here. So that's why I'm doing all of these different cases that I'm trying to do and bring back actual crime stories and cases for us to look at so we can get it rolling again. Thank you for the link, Salty. There's a lot in there, thank God. I have a lot of stuff too, but thank you, Doodle. I got what you said. Yeah, absolutely. Agreed, Norma, agreed. It doesn't get talked about as much as I thought it would. That's the thing I don't understand is this case is pretty hot and heavy. And it's still, like Salty said, this is not a cold case, you guys, believe it or not. It's not a cold case. It's actively being investigated. I see it talked about just a couple months ago. Okay. And I just don't get why it doesn't get the airtime that it should have and shows it to people. Oh, that's awesome, Nancy. I'm so sorry to hear about your husband, but that's awesome and God bless. I'm happy to see when things work out for people. I really am. And that's it right there, Doodle. It did. It went from true crime to Jerry Springer. And you didn't even get your beads. I agree. People shouldn't be afraid to talk about it, Norma. That's the problem. We have to talk about things like this. Otherwise we're not going to get answers. And she's still not been found. There's multiple people that have been, you know what I mean? So anyway, I dropped that link in oh, there you are. Okay. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, how are you?
I'm here. How are you?
About the same.
Been a crazy couple. Well, about a crazy week for me. I'm sure
Yeah, it's been a
had a
weird
crazy
week.
day.
Yeah, it's been a weird week for me too. And now today my car wants to act like an idiot, but it's okay.
Your car what?
Wants to act like an idiot
Oh, I'm
and wants
sorry.
to have a little issue, but it's okay. My son's on it. It's all good.
Good. Yeah, my kids are in my garage. Two of my kids right now are in my garage working on their vehicle because I have the big garage with the tools and all the. 1 second. All the stuff that they don't have. You know what I mean? So
Oh yeah.
come to Dad's house. Use his stuff. I don't care as long as it helps them. It's what it is. Excuse me.
Yeah. My son's got my car. He's all good. He knows how to do all that stuff to it, so he's figuring it out for me.
And I know how to do that too. And that's what they have. We have a couple friends that are actual mechanics. The kids could do that grew up to become mechanics. I'm too old for that shit. They're changing a timing chain in her car right now. I'm like, I
Oh,
ain't getting into that mess.
nah, no.
No,
I
you
come
can
from a
have
long line of, but I know a bunch of mechanics. No. Oh, so yeah. So you're covering Crystal Rogers now. It's there are a couple of channels that do cover it when there's updates, but not many covered this case.
Yeah, I haven't seen many. I think it's been bye, buddy. I love you. It's been probably 3 4 months since the last time I saw somebody talk about it. So
Well, there are a couple that do give their updates when they come down from the court proceedings that are taking place right now.
hmm
Um, they were on Nancy Grace or
hmm
Hawk was, and that whole episode has been subpoenaed now.
good.
But there's Shay McAllister is with a network there in Bardstown, Kentucky, and she has done an amazing job on a podcast. It's called Back to Bardstown. And I
Back to
think
Bart.
one of the links I sent you is from that series. You
Yeah.
can find a lot more there.
Okay.
She's been on top of it. She did it for a while and then she didn't because there was not much going on. And then she revisited the case and, really got back into true
Yeah.
journalistic investigating. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And it's a really crazy case when you start unpacking it.
And here, I hate to say this because I don't like comparing cases. You know that I hate doing that, but this, because of the time span that it's been, reminds me a little bit of how Delphi has been. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? The 9 years, and then all of a sudden, 10 months ago, there's another arrest, and blah blah blah. It's like, what is going on?
Well, the
So,
difference is we always have had Abby and Libby's bodies, their
right,
remains.
right,
We don't know where Crystal is.
no, and that's the biggest
She's
problem,
never been found, and it wasn't just a little bit of a backstory because if you don't know this part, it's going to be hard to understand.
right?
When Crystal went missing, her father Tommy went in hard, and he was going to find his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
When the police investigation didn't turn up a lot and wasn't going anywhere, he went in all in.
Yeah,
So for a year and a half, almost a year and a half, he thoroughly investigated the disappearance of his daughter.
yeah.
He has boxes and boxes of evidence that the police, well, a certain officer and detective now have in their possession. Um, Tommy went hunting one morning with his grandson on his private property and was murdered.
Tommy
And
Ballard was his name,
Tommy
guys.
Ballard was Crystal's father. So a
Mm-hmm.
year after he was looking into her disappearance, he was getting close. He had a lot of stuff, and
Right.
he was killed. They called it a hunting accident at first, but it wasn't. I forget exactly how much time elapsed between that Tommy's murder and the arrest, but there was an arrest made later on, and the person they arrested had ties to the weapon that was used to kill Tommy Ballard. The
Right.
other person that had ties to the weapon used to kill Tommy was Crystal's ex brother in law, her husband's brother, who is a
Right.
former sheriff's deputy in Bardstown, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's looked at again as if there's a cover up that goes on, and I'm going to leave that to you guys to decipher for yourselves what you think, as we always do. There's too many questions, okay? And these things, guys, I'm telling you, unless you see these things happen, just like with Delphi, these things happen in front of our faces now. Unless you're seeing it happen, you wouldn't believe some of this stuff. You just wouldn't believe it. It's like, oh my God, that's not true. That came from a movie.
Well,
Guess
this
what?
is almost more like the Murdaugh thing because there
Yeah.
was connections, right? In the
Yep.
Murdaugh case, Delphi, if there's any connections, they're dark.
Yeah.
Um,
Very much
with
so.
Crystal's case, the connection is Houck's family.
Mm-hmm.
The connections they had, the money they had, his
Mm-hmm.
connections, his brother's connections, things like that, that kind of helped them get away with things, I guess.
Well,
Then the town was like, no, we've had enough.
yeah.
So,
And if you, well, like for instance, his brother-in-law was a police officer or law enforcement. Okay, that doesn't hurt to have that background. Okay, just put it that way. It's a little, well, and like she stated with Murdaugh, important people that have money get away with things that people that don't have money that are not important don't get away with, is what I'm saying. So you got to pay attention to that stuff. But it's definitely interesting. And if you don't know it, once you feel it out, you'll definitely want to know it, because I know it's bugged me for years on and off. I'm surprised that I'm just now covering it. I don't know why it took so long, but I've been talking about it for probably a year. No,
And you can find the whole interrogation of both of the Hawk brothers. They're there. You can see both of their interviews. That they were both interviewed separately, and it's a lot to unpack with this case. So you
right,
can start
right.
off where you need to start off at.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be more than one show. I just want to catch everybody involved in it, catch you up as quick as I can, put it all out there, and then we can roll through what we have to, as we do. So welcome, Paula. No worries. So, oh wow, that's crazy, Kels. Again, thank you, Nancy, for that as well. And Molly, I got your email. That's gonna be helpful. Thank you for that. I'll throw that in here too. So let's check this out real quick. Like I said, this is just like a news release. You know, got every case that I kick off, I try to give you like a news release on it to show you what it is and from the very beginning, and then we go into things that way. So there is one family responsible for many, many things in that town. I have to agree with you, Quinny. I'll just leave it at that for right now. Off we go. Thank you, Salty, again for joining me, hon. I appreciate you very much.
Oh, no problem.
All right.
Good evening. This is News 13 for Tuesday, July the 7th, 2015. I'm Matthew Fogel. Glad to be with you. The reward has now been raised to $40,000 by the family of Crystal Rogers to find the 35-year-old Bardstown woman reported missing over the weekend. However, there is no update to the case. The Nelson County Sheriff's Office has been conducting a missing person investigation on Rogers since Sunday. Her vehicle, a 2007 four-door Chevrolet, has since been located abandoned on the Bluegrass Parkway near the 14-mile marker westbound. That was found on Sunday, according to Sheriff Ed Mattingly. The vehicle, according to the sheriff, had a flat tire, and the keys and Rogers' personal belongings were still with the vehicle when family members found it. She was last seen by her boyfriend on Friday afternoon, according to the sheriff. He says the family is concerned and states that it is not like her to not be in touch. Yesterday, information on how the Sheriff's Department is handling the case was relayed during a press conference at the Nelson County Sheriff's Department. Outside the office, after the press conference, News 13 spoke with Rogers' grandmother, Syl Bryan, who told us what kind of person Crystal is.
Crystal's, she's everything to me. And she would never leave. I'm telling you. Somebody know where she's at all times.
Bryan also told us that she was watching one of Rogers' daughters and hoping for the best.
I've got her daughter, one of her daughters, and I can't have her. She's 14, and I just don't want to put her through it because she's wondering when her mom's gonna come home, when they're gonna find her. And she thinks she's gonna be all right.
And you obviously hope for the best in this situation and the soonest.
God, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Rogers' father, Tommy Ballard, told News 13 today that he has raised the reward from $25,000 to $40,000 for someone to find his daughter. He said he and the family have walked in a number of locations today and even went outside of the county toward Elizabethtown and into Bullitt County. He said the family is headed toward the Greenbrier area to look this evening for his daughter. Roger stands about 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighs 150 pounds, and has shoulder-length blonde hair. Anyone with information about the whereabouts of Crystal Rogers is asked to call the Nelson County Sheriff's Office at 502-348-1870.
You want to know something strange? Now, people wonder if Brooks didn't get the idea for Crystal to disappear from a story. And the story is a real story. When Tommy Ballard, her father, was a young man, his sister went missing in 1970 something or another, right?
It was nice, yeah.
Yeah, she goes missing, later to be found murdered. And her husband did it. And it was Crystal's aunt. So
And I knew about that.
Yeah, he did. Sherry, you'll meet Sherry throughout this process, Crystal's mother.
Yep.
Very sweet lady. She talks about that. They touch on that in a couple of the interviews here and there, but I always thought that was strange. And
Yep.
if he thought, well, that's a way to, get things to happen, just for her to disappear like the aunt did, but that's crazy.
It is. It is. It's almost like, hey, I remember this happening, and yeah, I see what you're saying. It does make some sense. Um,
Hmm.
for sure, for sure, for sure. I always felt so bad for Sil. I really did. Like from the beginning, it was sad.
Yeah, Crystal had 5 kids. She had 4 from a previous marriage.
Hmm.
And then she had 1 with Brooks. They had a little boy together,
Right.
and his name was Eli. And when they found her car, her brother said that she literally was like a scaredy cat type person, that
Hmm.
she has been known to drive on a flat tire and damage the rim so that she could just get that car to a safe, well lit place.
Right.
So he
Right.
said it never made any sense for her to pull over on the Bluegrass Parkway where they found the car with a flat tire and her belongings were there. He
Hmm.
also said that Crystal was the type, she was tall. Crystal would lay her seat back and drive drive
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
when they found her car, her seat was not laid back like that. Like
Is it
Crystal wasn't the one driving.
somebody else did it?
So
Right.
now that the Lawsons have been arrested, the police think that the younger Lawsons are a father and son duo that are
Hmm.
tied to the house. They believe Joseph is the one that drove the car there and parked it. So we'll
Yep. Yep.
see. But that's
Yeah.
what the
You're
claim
definitely
is.
you're definitely in tune with this one. That's for sure.
Dude, I've been following this case since she disappeared, and it's like just like with Delphi, like years and years go by, and I knew that they just didn't have enough to arrest this guy.
All
They
right.
had done property searches. They had went back and did more searches. They did a grand jury. His family came to testify and were caught trying to
Hmm.
record the proceedings so they could all make sure their lives matched up at home that night.
Yep.
And it's like, holy
There's a
cow.
lot, guys. There's a lot to that. I'm glad that you are here, Salty, because I know there's things that I'm gonna
Boy,
be.
when I saw the title, I ain't gonna lie, I got excited. I was like, yeah, I done told you earlier I need my true crime fix.
Yeah, right, right. Well, I'm trying to bring it back, guys. I really am trying to bring it back with this kind of stuff because it's where we're supposed to be, what we're supposed to be doing, and why we're here. So here we go. Anyway, yeah, there's 5 baby sunshine, sadly, that don't have a mother right now. It's very sad. They're
Very
not big,
sad. I mean, and unfortunately, the other 4 are with Crystal's family, but they don't get to see Eli. He's
right.
with Hawk's family,
Uh-huh. Completely separated,
and
which
that's
is,
devastating to Sherry. Yeah.
and that's, you know how those types of, sorry, you know how those types of situations go where, they're going to try to brainwash that child into not believing anything or being close to the other side of the family. That's how these people do this. It's very sad. So that's why it's a sad situation in that sense too. With Mr. Steve, hello. Welcome, sir. Great to have you here. As always, a pleasure and an honor. Um, so I'm going to start off with something that Molly threw together real quick. It was a good idea just to give you guys a little insight, I guess we could say, into how and when and what. Okay. Here, let me blow this up just a little bit bigger for you guys if I can. And I'm sure if there's anything that may not be right on this, it will be corrected by the lovely Miss Salty here. So 2015, okay, because this goes back 9 years, like I said. 2015, July 3rd was the last time that Krista Rogers was seen alive with her then boyfriend, Brooks Houck. Houck told investigators they were at his family farm together with their son, which is who Salty was just talking about. And they left together. He said that then when he woke up the next day, she was gone. Convenient. July 5th, Sherry Ballard, that's Crystal's mother. Rogers' mother reports Rogers missing. That same day, her car was found abandoned at the 14-mile marker on the Bluegrass Parkway in Bardstown, Kentucky. Her keys were in the ignition, and her phone and purse were still in the car. Hearst owned Crystal Rogers' car. Now, going on to October, the Nelson County Sheriff states Brooks Houck is a suspect. Houck's brother, Nick Houck, which is the one that Salty was telling you about, is fired from the Bardstown Police Department for interfering with criminal investigation into this case. Moving on to December, Danny Singleton, who worked for Brooks Houck and was friends with him and Rogers, was arrested on 38 counts of perjury for lying to the grand jury. He pleaded guilty in July 2016 to amended charges of false swearing. So, as you see, there's been issues throughout this whole thing, okay, even way back then. Coming up on May, Brooke Houck's grandmother, Anna Whitesides, invokes the Fifth Amendment when subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury. The Rogers family believes her white Buick was used in the crime. Again, no way to prove these things. So a search warrant is served to Nick Houck at the Whitesides home on Pulliam Avenue. Days later, this is in August, mind you. Another search warrant is executed at the Whitesides home and garage as well as the home of Nick Houck. Again, this is Brooks's brother. A little more than a week after that, another search warrant was executed on the farm of Rosemary Houck, Brooke Houck's mother. Come November, the Rogers family, Tommy Ballard, is shot and killed while hunting with his grandson on family property in Bardstown. His case still hasn't been solved, and as she stated, it was looked at as to be a hunting accident. Anybody that believes that, come on. Knowing this case, you'll figure it out.
Most people in Bardstown knew that wasn't true.
Right. And that's what I'm saying.
And luckily, law enforcement, I guess, didn't believe it was true either and continued to investigate it.
Right.
And finally got somewhere, because that investigating that is what got Brooks arrested for Crystal's murder.
Yep. There you go. And again, like I said, guys, as you see, and we feed into this case a little bit, you'll see why nobody will believe that Tommy Ballard was accidentally shot and killed. This was definitely what it was. So, again, thank you, Paula, for that. And guys, please check out the True Crime Web channel, Mr. Steve's channel. It's an amazing channel. Absolutely. And please go over there, check it out. Subscribe if you will. I promise you will not be disappointed. It really is an amazing channel. And so is Mr.
You'll be receiving an email from Dago and I real soon.
Yes, sir. Very soon. 2017, which is 2 years after this initially starts. In July, another search is conducted by state police at Anna Whiteside's home. So you see how many searches they've done at the Houck's mother's home, okay? 2020, August, the FBI announces it is taking over the investigation. It took long enough. Federal agents went to the homes of Brooke and Nick Houck, as well as the Houck family farm again. They also went to a storage facility where Rogers had a unit and took her car. 2021, August, FBI and Nelson County Sheriff searched property.
With Crystal's car, when the police did their initial investigation, they gave that car back to the Ballards.
Yeah.
To Crystal's mom and dad, right?
Yep.
They then took that car and they preserved it. They were appalled that they even got the car back. And they're like, well, wait a minute, my daughter's still missing. There's still an investigation. What do you mean we can have this car back?
Mm-hmm.
So they had luckily they had the frame of mind they needed to have, and they preserved that car.
Yeah.
And that's how that came about.
Which was an amazingly great thing that they did that. So, where was I at? August, the FBI Nelson County Sheriff searched properties in Woodlawn Springs subdivision where Brooks Houck had built homes. If you take into account why they would search there, guys, okay?
Well, because Brooke. So Nick was an officer. Brooks was a developer. He owned real estate. He owned houses. Crystal worked for him, like his secretary type assistant position or whatever, admin. Yeah. And so he also had, he was worth $1 million or $2 million, so he had some developments and things like that. But so they were wondering if Crystal may be among some construction sites.
Yeah. So think about that for a minute, you guys.
Driveways that were freshly poured, things of that nature.
Considering she's never been found, that's a very interesting theory, and I've thought about that with other cases as well. But think about it; it's the best place to do something like that if you want to. So that's why that was searched. So, 2023 January, a special prosecutor was appointed to the Rogers case and two other high-profile special prosecutor was appointed to the Rogers case and two other high-profile Nelson County death investigations, including the Rogers fathers, which is Tommy Ballard's case. September, Joseph Lawson is indicted for conspiracy to commit murder and conspiracy tampering with physical evidence. He has a pretrial conference on October 26th. September 20th, Brooks Houck is indicted for murder and tampering with evidence. September 27th, Brooks Houck is arrested. December 8th, Stephen Lawson, father of Joseph Lawson, is charged with conspiracy to commit murder. That makes 3 people facing charges in her disappearance. December 18th, Crystal's family files wrongful death lawsuit against Houck. And that's where that stops there.
Mm-hmm.
And there is so much more with it, guys. And it's gonna
they went ahead and filed a wrongful suit against Brooks. And did you notice when you were reading that it said 2 investigations?
yes,
There is a third person in this investigation that has passed away
right.
that you haven't heard about yet. And that is Officer Jason Ellis. Jason was ambushed one night on his way home, and he was, by all accounts, a very good man and a very good father and a very good officer. And there was like these tree bushes out in the middle of the road. I'm sorry, I'm sitting outside and the car decided to pass by and it got loud. But
Okay.
so he gets out to move this debris out of the street so no one gets injured, trying to go around it or whatnot, doing his job. And as he does, he is taken out, essentially. He is sniped. They don't know who did that
It was a
or
setup.
what. Yeah, but we don't know of any direct. Was that something that Nick just was all to do with Nick and nothing more because they were police officers, or was he investigating Crystal's case? I really don't. There's not much more beyond that, but people in Bardstown feel it's connected.
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's see here real quick. Thank you, Molly. Maybe I'll go through this one here since you sent me that too.
I guess Siggy is familiar with the case. I was just checking chat for real quick.
Right. Well, I'm gonna roll with this because I have some of these too. But
No,
this
you
one,
go right ahead and do what you do. You do. I'm just here to help out.
I like the stuff you send me too. So this stuff's gonna be kind of messed around, guys. I'm not very
Yeah, we didn't do a real good organizational in order shit here, so it's gonna be. It is what it is. Take
But
notes.
with it being moved around different places, we can answer questions and put things together. So that'll be no problem. Yeah, the Jason Ellis passing was horrible because he was a very good person. He was a real deal officer at heart. Okay, if you know what I'm saying, guys. And you can tell, I mean, you have to know with everything else you're going to see that it was 100% what it was. That whole thing was a setup, in my opinion. I'm very, very disappointed in that whole situation. So this stuff happens. It happens, you guys. And this is why we're talking about it, because it needs to be brought out to the world. The awareness needs to be put out there that these things happen.
Yeah, they're going through some pretty heated court hearings now with these 3. Trying to get evidence suppressed, trying to get this and that out of the court and separate the cases. Like Vallow and Daybells were separated because they were together. All these things are being hashed out, I guess you could say. Pretrial stuff's going down now. So
yeah, and we'll show you that this and that with that as well.
Yeah.
So, like I said, if there's any questions as we're bouncing around, it will be put into perspective for you. I'm sorry, because there is a lot, and I'm trying to bring all of it to you in an easier way and a shorter version of it, which is very hard to do because there is so much to unpack, like Salty said. So, hopefully, you're all here for it because it is a very interesting story, and it really, really, really needs awareness. So, okay, no problem, Paula. All right, and again, let me know if the audio is okay. Here, actually, I'll just double check it. 1 second. Yep, there it is. Okay, off we go.
Investigation has had such a hold, not only on this community, but on the Kentuckiana community. And there have been developments over the years. There have
She was 35 years old. Who just asked me that? Sharon, and welcome, Sharon.
been searches. There have been interviews. There have been big announcements made, nothing quite like this. But Brooke Hash takes a look at the timeline over the last 8 years.
Crystal was last seen alive on July 3rd of 2015. At the time, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office was handling the case. Brooks Houck told police the couple had fed cows at the family farm and then went home together. He says the next morning she was gone. 4 months later, the sheriff at the time announced Crystal was presumed dead.
She has vanished.
And declared Houck the main suspect.
No comment. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
The FBI took over Crystal's case 5 years later. They'd spend the next 2 years searching several properties from the home of Brooks' brother, former Bardstown police officer Nick Houck, and the family farm. That brings us to June 21st of this year, when a grand jury indicted 32-year-old Joseph Lawson on 2 charges: conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. His attorney confirmed it was in connection to the Crystal Rogers case. And finally, the arrest of Brooks Houck Wednesday morning. Now charged with murder and tampering with evidence on a $10 million cash bond.
Major arrest that broke this morning. The case of Crystal Rogers is one of Bardstown's 5 unsolved murders, and now the significant arrest of former boyfriend Brooks Houck. As you can imagine, this is something the Ballard family and Bardstown have been praying for. Our team has been in Bardstown all day long. Isaiah Kim Martinez is hearing from residents who
Thank you, Andy.
so closely. But first, Shay McAllister is live outside the Nelson County Courthouse. Shay, can you explain the charges here that we learned about today?
Absolutely, Doug. I mean, today's arrest certainly just absolutely huge news in this community. Brooks Houck was arrested by Kentucky State Police troopers and special agents with the FBI early this morning. We've learned that arrest happened on a job site where he was doing construction. He was initially booked into the Nelson County jail, and he did take 2 mugshots, one in a t-shirt, the second in an orange jumpsuit. He was then transferred down to the Hardin County Detention Center, and that is where he is right now. Take a look at his latest mugshot. You can see it right here. He was booked in an orange jumpsuit, something many folks here in Bardstown told us they hoped to see, but in some ways didn't know if they ever would. Houck is facing 2 different charges. He is facing murder and he is facing tampering with physical evidence, both of these charges in connection to the death of Crystal Rogers. We want to get you the information you need to know right now. So here are 3 things about this arrest. First of all, he is facing those 2 charges, 1 count of each. Again, it is murder and tampering with physical evidence. A Nelson County judge placed Houck under a $10 million cash bond. That is a huge cash bond, especially in this community. And as you know, Houck has been the main suspect in this case since 2015. He was the last person to see Crystal Rogers alive. Well, those charges were filed here at the Nelson County Courthouse early this morning. And within minutes of that arrest, Sherry Ballard, Crystal's mom, was here with Crystal's daughter inside the courthouse waiting to talk to the clerk. As it turns out, they weren't here because of the Brooks Houck arrest. They were here for something else. They were here to fight for custody of the son that Brooks shared with Crystal. That was Eli. And tonight we have an update on that custody battle and more details on the indictment.
Finally, his face is not smug. He knows he's been caught.
It's an arrest that has everyone's attention. Brooks Houck, Crystal Rogers' boyfriend, and the main suspect in her disappearance, charged with her murder and tampering with physical evidence. According to the indictment, the charges stem from an incident July 4th weekend of 2015, just days before Crystal's car was found abandoned on the side of the Bluegrass Parkway with her keys, phone, and purse inside. He was named the main suspect within 3 months, but never charged until today.
It's just a miracle that this has happened, and finally, he's where he needs to be and where he's supposed to be, and he needs to stay there.
Federal investigators accuse Houck of intentionally causing the death of Crystal Rogers and destroying, concealing, mutilating, or removing physical evidence in connection to the crime. He was arrested without incident early Wednesday morning while on a job site outside of Bardstown. We've been able to confirm this was the moment Brooks was put into handcuffs. He has since been booked into multiple jails, taking 3 different mugshots, 2 in orange jumpsuits.
My first reaction was just Sherry and her family getting the justice that they have fought so much for and never let up. Her faith.
That's the thing right there, you guys, is the whole world was waiting for the moment that that man was arrested from 9 years ago. Okay. Everybody, people that follow the case, people that are involved in the family, investigators, law enforcement officials, everybody has been waiting to watch that man get arrested. That's what this has been about. That's why it's such a big deal, because he hadn't been. Okay. So thank God, because me, myself, personally, was super excited when I saw that. Like, it's about damn time. You know what I mean? So that's why it's such a big deal, is what I was trying to explain. Okay. You guys are talking about Chargers. Gotcha.
It's just been inspiring to everyone. And to get.
No, Captain, that's the problem. And that's why I'm pushing this like I am. They have not found Crystal. In 9 years, there's nothing. And that's the hardest part with this. I think everybody kind of knows who did this. Okay. The problem is there's nothing. There's nothing leading to her whatsoever. You know, I think that there's hope that maybe Brooks will finally give it up, or his brother, or something will happen. Okay. But I'm going to put it out. I'm sure other creators will be putting it out too, in hopes that something will be said, and to give, you know, final justice and some closure to the family, to be able to lay Crystal to rest and her kids and all that need. That's all. So unfortunately, no, they haven't, bud.
Get those answers, it gave me chills, you know, for her.
While news of the arrest spread fast, Sherry Ballard, Crystal's mom, has been focused on something else, something she's been fighting for since the day her daughter disappeared. She wants custody of Eli, Crystal's son with Brooks. He was just a toddler when his mom went missing. We talked to Sherry about the custody battle 2 years ago, after Sherry lost all visitation rights and had no communication with the little boy.
One day, that baby is going to be old enough to come and see me. And he's going to know everything I have done to fight for him.
Today, that fight continued with a petition for emergency custody, according to someone close to the case. We're told it was denied for now, but a hearing later this week could change that. As for Eli's dad, he is currently in the Hardin County Detention Center on a $10 million bond.
You know, once his family was caught trying to record those grand jury proceedings, they should have awarded custody to Sherry.
I agree with that. Yeah, I do. Say that again, because that was still running, and I don't think everybody heard you. Say it again.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it running anymore on my end.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. My volume is all jacked up on my phone.
You're okay. Well, say that again, though.
No, I don't think that. Hold on. Somebody in the background. Hold on.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm sorry. What was we saying? I got sidetracked. I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, no. It's whatever you had just stated. If you could say that again, because I don't think everybody got to hear you because this was playing.
Oh, yeah. I thought it had stopped playing. Yeah, it just, some of the things don't make sense with the case, right? And that what they had just were reporting on was one of those things. And dang it, hang on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dago. I'll be back in a minute. Go ahead.
That's fine.
About 3 weeks ago, with the arrest of Joseph Lawson, he was the first person arrested in the Crystal Rogers investigation, which has been going on for more than 8 years. Let's take a closer look at that arrest now. Lawson was indicted on September 7th by a Nelson County grand jury. He was charged with criminal conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. He pleaded not guilty to both of those charges. His bond has been set at $500,000, and we are expecting to see him back in court on October 26. Lawson was the first arrest in connection to the Crystal Rogers case. But of course, today's developments, Brooks Houck's arrest is by far the biggest development. This case has been going on for 8 years, and there have been tons of searches. There have been tons of police investigations, different interviews along the way. Let's take a look back at the complete timeline of this investigation.
July 3rd of 2015, when Crystal Rogers was last seen alive. At the time, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office was handling the case. Brooks Houck, Rogers' former boyfriend, told police they'd fed the cows at his family's farm, then went home together. He says the next morning she was gone.
She has vanished.
4 months later, on October 16th, 2015, Ed Mattingly, who was the sheriff at the time, announced Crystal was presumed dead and declared Houck the main suspect.
No comment. Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Fast forward 18 months. On November 19th, 2016, Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard, was shot and killed while hunting. No arrests have been made in that case, which is still being investigated by Kentucky State Police. There would be no new developments until nearly 4 years after that shooting, on August of 2020, when the FBI took over Crystal's case. It searched several properties, from the home of Brooks' brother, former Bardstown police officer Nick Houck, to the Houck family farm where Crystal was last seen. In August 2021, federal agents uncovered items of interest under a driveway in the Woodlawn Springs subdivision, home to a number of homes owned by Brooks Houck. More than a year later, in October of 2022, FBI agents were back at the 245-acre Houck family farm, spending 5 days on site. Evidence collected was sent to the FBI's lab in Quantico to be analyzed. And that brings us to June 21st of this year, when a grand jury indicted 32-year-old Joseph Lawson on 2 charges: conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. The charges are tied to an incident during 4th of July weekend of 2015, the same weekend Crystal was reported missing. Around 3 weeks later, Lawson was arrested, his attorney confirming the charges are in connection to Crystal's case. And now the arrest of Brooks Houck. The FBI Louisville says agents made that arrest along with Kentucky State Police. He's been a primary suspect in this case since Rogers' disappearance from Bardstown. The FBI says Houck was arrested without incident, and according to the indictment, he's charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence. More details are expected to be revealed during his first appearance in court early next month in Nelson County.
And as you well know, America's most beautiful small town, Bardstown, Kentucky, is incredibly tight-knit. So many in this community who didn't know Sherry, they didn't know Crystal or Tommy, have been praying for and fighting for answers right along with them. So today we're checking in with the community. Isaiah Kim Martinez and senior photojournalist Alyssa Newton are working that side of the story today. They are live in downtown Bardstown. Isaiah, what are you hearing from the community?
Well, Shay, they've been very honest to me. They acknowledge there is still a long way to go in this legal process ahead of that first arraignment next month. But for now, to see this primary suspect in this case behind bars means everything to them.
Got a text for some people in town.
The news resonating with the Bardstown community, the arrest of Brooks Houck.
Just thrilled. Thank goodness, finally some justice. Get him locked up.
Each of Houck's 3 mugshots Wednesday seen and shared quickly across social media.
Everybody was just left in this gray area, and that gray area has color now that Brooks Houck is behind bars.
Houck, charged with complicity to murder and tampering with physical evidence, now sits in Hardin County detention after being transferred from Nelson County. Marks, who's lived in Bardstown for the majority of her life, has watched the case closely for years. Her boss broke the news to her Wednesday.
Relief. It almost feels like a metaphorical weight has just been lifted.
For the locals in this quaint town, the last 8 years have been agonizing. The heartache, the search, the wait for answers, the signs, the hope that each new search would bring an answer, better yet, an arrest. Now, the community has seen 2 in a span of 3 weeks. And for Marks, knowing Houck isn't driving around town,
everybody in this town knows what his truck looks like.
And walking amongst this community is a relief.
To being that close to evil was just a very sinister feeling.
And as Houck's case works its way through the justice system,
Hopefully this will lead to more arrests in that, or maybe being able to find out what happened in those other murders.
the prayer now is that further answers reveal themselves as a result.
We also talked to a former mayor here in Bardstown and current historian in Nelson County. She gives her perspective on the timeline between Houck's arrest and Joseph Lawson's weeks ago. What she had to say coming up right here at 6 o'clock. Shay.
All right, Isaiah, thank you so much for that update. Well, Crystal Rogers' case is one of the most high profile in our state. It is certainly one that top officials know about and talk about. Today, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear weighed in on the big arrest and said he is very thankful for all of the hard work from investigators.
Well, it's good to see progress in the case, and I hope it continues to give the family the belief that we will get this case solved and that they will get justice for their daughter. The Kentucky State Police, working with others, have worked hard. They have never given up. They have worked this case over and over, trying to find new leads and new evidence. And so today I'm grateful for all of those law enforcement agencies for their work.
A big update there from the governor, just grateful for all of the hard work. So the next time we see Brooks Houck, we'll be here, the Nelson County Courthouse, when he's expected to be arraigned next week on October 5th. Of course, you know we will be there. For now, we're going to send it back to Doug in the studio. Doug, a huge day in Bardstown.
Well, it is, Shay, and of course that arraignment, as you said, coming up fast. That'll be next Thursday. Let's talk about the bond. I talked to several former federal prosecutors today who told me that $10 million figure, that really does send a message that the judge is confident in the evidence presented. Now, you've followed the searches over the years. Where was their single focus point in the end?
I think when you look back at all of the searches, and there has been so many of them, the ones that took the most time, the ones that it led to actual evidence, always came from a Houck property, whether that was Brooks Houck's home, Nick Houck's home, the grandmother's home. It was always one of those homes, and then the big search on the family farm. Those are the ones that we know the FBI was a part of, and that we know they found physical evidence that they were able to send back to the lab.
So let's talk about the arrest of Joseph Lawson. That was 20 days ago. Really set things into motion right now. It appears things really started moving after that. You learned more about his possible connection to Brooks Houck. What was that?
Absolutely. So when we looked back in some of our archives, we were able to find a police interview from just days after Crystal went missing, where we found out that Brooks Houck had a late night phone call with a Steve Lawson. During that phone call, police were suspicious of why they were on the phone in the middle of the night on the night Crystal disappeared. They definitely were not seeming to trust all of Brooks' answers. That's where we got the name Steve Lawson. We then confirmed that Steve Lawson has a son named Joseph Lawson. All of them work in the construction business, which of course is Brooks' line of work.
Well, about 20 days ago.
So I'm gonna call. This is just my opinion. They arrested Lawson, Joe Lawson, okay, which was the son of Stephen Lawson, for those of you that didn't follow that. And Stephen Lawson is who Brooks contacted the night Crystal went missing in the middle of the night. They arrest Joseph Lawson. 20 days later, Brooks is arrested. If you put two and two together, that equals deal to me. Okay.
Yeah, that's you're right, because that has been a big deal in this case.
Right.
Because he claims that he had a deal with prosecution that if he did talk, it would work in his benefit, right? So, but that was never done in writing.
Right.
So he's tried to. I'll have to pull up all the documents, guys. We do apologize for not having them all.
That's my fault.
Because I also want to get deeper into them, because I know they did the searches, but I have not looked at the returns on the searches yet.
Right.
To see what evidence they did recover. Was it clothing? Was it material? Was it bio? Was it, I don't know. I would sure love to know. So I do got some homework to do. I've been a little preoccupied myself with this, you know, with Delphi
Right.
and all that. So I do need to get caught up on the latest. I do keep up with the court stuff, but
Yes.
kind of half-assed. I'll just be honest. But I know when they happen and what went on. But we
We'll
got to
put
get some more current information together for everybody and do a
yeah.
good update show.
We can. I just like I said, guys. I just wanted to open this up for you guys that aren't familiar, and for those of you that are. But just open it up, take the lid off the top of it, start unpacking it little by little. We will come back to this, of course, and start putting other things out there for you guys to see it piece by piece as we can. And since now that I see that Salty's on board to help along with that, I'm absolutely ecstatic because that's going to help in a lot of ways. That was the plan.
Yeah, they're not. Well, what they will do, guys, when I say look at the search warrant return, we can go and there's a gag order. I think there is a gag order in the case. Now, with that said, we're going to
think there
get
is, yeah.
Idaho 4 type documents. So the defense will put stuff in those filings so that you will know. That's the way
Yeah.
you get stuff in a gag order. It is what it is. Nothing nefarious. It's the way the game's played.
And
So,
you
if I
guys
go
know.
look and see what they did, what they will do is the return will be listed. It may tell me, like in Stern's case, gloves, rope, very generic description of what was found. We know what was taken out of Koberger's car, whether it
Right.
was relevant or not. We know what was taken from the home. We don't know what any of it means, but we can see what was there. So I don't know if I can find that with this case or not, but I can. I will. If it's there, we'll find it for sure.
We can pull an affidavit, guys, and you know how good we are at
Yeah.
breaking an affidavit and pulling it apart with you guys. That's what I like doing anyway. And showing you all the pieces of evidence.
Good old Alpha David.
What's that?
Remember Alpha David.
An Alpha David. Yeah, there we go. What's up, Sus? Good to have you here tonight. But
I
anyway,
was glancing over Sleuthy's spreadsheet for Delphi the other night, looking into something, and she had put that in there. The Alpha David,
Alpha
because they used to
David.
Dave that in the damn Facebook group. They couldn't get it right. They called it Alpha David.
Right. But yeah, that's
Anyway, it was a joke for a while.
absolutely funny though. I like following the documents because it gives you the truth based on what law enforcement puts out there. The truth's the best that we know it, okay? And I like to stick to those, as you guys have seen, because I've had bad experiences not doing that in the past in Idaho, and I learned my lesson the hard way. So
Now is it? I think it's Joseph, the son, is the one that's in a wheelchair. He is wheelchair bound now. He had an accident unrelated to this case, you know, told like I think it was a car accident. I'm not positive, but he had an accident and he's paralyzed, so he's wheelchair bound. I don't think this guy wants to do, and he's not old, so I don't think he wants to do the rest of his life in prison in a wheelchair.
No, that would be.
I
that
don't,
would
you
be
know, even
very
if you
bad.
can walk around, that's bad enough. But when you're stuck and you're confined to that chair and you can't get away,
Yes, that's why I said 2 + 2 equals deal. And in 20 days later, this guy's arrested. That says a whole lot to me. So
I think him and his dad are both willing to play ball.
100%. His dad's older now. He's paralyzed. Think about it, guys. I mean, it's just like now.
I wouldn't go down for nobody like that, especially this Brooks guy.
Nope. No. And this family thinks that they own everything. They own people. They treat, they're one of those, the Murdaugh family, basically. Okay. For everybody that knows what that's all about, they're the big wig name, which is why everybody's been afraid to talk about this. Well,
and it's not that they're afraid, because even the town got sick of those people, the Brooks, the Houks, and they're like, no, we're not taking this shit. This is our small town, not just yours, and we're not all going to do what you say. And we saw the same thing in the Kansas moms, with the Sovern citizenship and how everybody literally, when that case popped off, there are people that were saying they're afraid to talk. Well, you hear that with a lot of small town scenario. That was true in that case. Once those arrests were made, people were like, okay, now we can breathe and we can say,
everybody
they're
opened
bad.
up. Yep.
Yeah, we were all terrified of their ass. They had the money, they had the clout, they had the push, the pull, whatever, and they owned the town. What do you do?
Right. That's exactly it right there. And that's, in a lot of ways, that's what everybody hopes to see happen, is when the specific, I guess you could say, family, we'll just say it that way, is finally locked down, that's when everybody's takes their gags off their mouths and says, okay, here's what I know. This is what happened. I know this, that, and that's how this is happening in a sense to me. So we'll see what happens at this point. But yeah, I like to break down the affidavit or the PCA, whatever you want to call it. And that helps. Thank you, Norma. I will check that. That
Don't
helps.
trust your soul to no backwoods Southern lawyer.
Yeah.
The judge in the town's got bloodstain on his hand. I mean, that song we could use that in a video, man.
Yes. Very much.
Probably get a strike on it, but we could do it.
It'd be worth it to say the least. I'll
I'm
tell you
saying it almost is, ain't it?
that. It is. Yes, it is. Stan Leon, hello.
Everybody liking our Alpha David comments there. Yes, Alpha David. Paula, I saw that. You're right. The correct pronunciation, everyone, is affidavit.
Yeah, we're gonna break down that Alpha David, y'all. That was hilarious. First time
We
I
might
heard
as
that.
well do it together.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, Sharon, and it is best, and there's a lot of it that happens. So, and it's about time. You know, it's great to see when like small towns finally stand up, like she just said, and say, okay, enough.
I live in one of those small towns. I got nothing against small town America. They're great.
here.
They're beautiful. I got mad respect for them, but shady shit can also go down in the large town. You know, it happens every day. So,
Sure does.
but when people stand up and push back and like, we're not going to take it anymore. You know, JLR put out a video on the mass shooting in Pensacola, Florida. I'm in Pensacola, Florida. I knew about it long before you did, and I didn't go live with it because it was a bunch of punks doing some nefarious activity in an area known for that activity, and it wasn't, in my eyes, a mass shooting.
Right.
It was a retaliation shooting, and all the locals knew that the minute it happened. It was horrible. It's sad. We're fucking sick of it, just like every town's sick of it.
Yeah.
And I watched that whole thing, and I'm like, I want to see how you present this right now.
Absolutely.
And what your push is, because this mislabeling of things has got to stop. You know, a mass shooting to me is a person hiding, opening fire on a bunch of innocent people who are not suspecting a thing. They're at a fair, at a festival, at a whatever.
Sandy
But
Hook
when you
and
do a retaliation, right, walk into a school, a mall,
Yes.
theater, but when you do these retaliations, that's a different type of a mass shooting. And what the legal term is 4 or more constitutes a mass shooting, not the type of shooting.
It's
the
a
casualty
retaliatory.
count.
Right.
Yeah. So it's just weird, you know, and like there's so much out there. So it's not just tiny town America, but when you do pushback, like we're doing here, we got a new sheriff, thank God, a while back because the old one sucked. I'm not gonna lie, and a lot of things were happening that just had to stop. And this guy's working hard to combat that, you know. And I'm glad to see it. But sometimes that's what it takes when the community gets sick of this kind of stuff and they step up. Then you see, like the arrests start happening. People start to talk.
That's what needs to happen a lot more, which is why a lot of us creators or investigative reporters, whatever you call us, okay, why we come out and put this stuff out here, because you don't get to see all this stuff on mainstream media. You don't get to see a lot of the backstory stuff, the truth that's going on in the background, the small town stuff, especially family histories and stuff like that. They don't put all that out there so that it's understandable. And then it's easier for us to bring this out, and then the awareness is brought into a wider spectrum, and people can look at it and go, "Oh."
And our sheriff made it clear that was a retaliation shooting, and that the people would not talk. They're sick of the people not talking within their own communities.
Yeah, right.
And why do they do that? Not because they're trying to cover; they're trying to save themselves.
Out of fear, right? And it shouldn't be that way. You should not fear where you live.
You shouldn't have to live in fear where you live. Amen, brother. And there's elderlies living in them communities, and they don't got a fighting chance unless they keep their mouth shut and the door locked.
That is absolutely correct, and that's not the way it's supposed to be, guys. You're supposed to be comfortable. Welcome, Walt. Comfortable and happy where you live, and you know, of course, like the small town I live in, you guys know. I've made the statement before that people that come knocking on my door are going to get met with me and my friend. Okay. That's just how this town is. The whole town is like that. And that's how we keep our town together the way we do. And it's a very, very quaint, very cute, small town. And everybody's happy that's here. You got to keep it that way, and you cannot have that fear of where you live, and that's not fair to the people, the residents that live in those towns. This situation is exactly that they couldn't. Obviously we can't control how people think and feel about certain things. That's fact. That's that. But they know. You see the responses from the town, which is why she did that. Thank God. Thank God. It's about time. Thank you, Lord. Blah, blah, blah. There it is. So, the politics are absolutely what they are with that kind of scenario. So, and it does, like Salty said, happen in big towns too. Hey, stop it, you two. Anyway, that it can happen in the large towns, Cleveland,
Oh yeah,
Chicago.
there was massive corruption in Suffolk County right before Herman got arrested for the Gilgo Beach murders.
Yeah.
And now they're looking to see if he had any ties to that former sheriff guy, or whatever they're called there in their township. But it's crazy. It can happen anywhere, and years and years and years ago, pre 9/11, New York was known for corrupt law enforcement. Los Angeles had a bad corruption scandal. Large cities, so it happens everywhere, unfortunately, because it shouldn't.
Big time, yes.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
Hello, Mama Bear. Humpty Dance. Okay. No, it shouldn't at all. Absolutely should not. So yes. Take care, Virginia. Thank you for joining us, brother. Enjoy your company, and I'll see you soon. All right, so this here, guys, is back in Bardstown. Of course, the FBI this is when after they had gotten involved, they're conducting a search in relation to Crystal's case. So welcome, Neil. Good to see you, my friend. On we go.
FBI agents are searching near Louisville in connection to a woman who disappeared back in 2015. 35-year-old Crystal Roger was reported missing back in July of 2015 after her car was found with a flat tire in Bardstown. Her phone, purse, and keys were still found in the car, with her longtime boyfriend, Brooks Houck, being the last person to see her. Today, FBI agents conducted a search in Bardstown related to the disappearance on the property owned by the Houck family.
And like I said, there's a bunch of these little things.
And I thought that one was more of the actual search. If you do a quick YouTube search, I think you'll find way more of the search itself, or we can pull that together for later. But there's also like I said, there's interviews. There's all with the police interrogation interview with Houck and with his brother. Now, at one point when they brought Brooks in to question him, and it's all caught on videotape there, he I think he gets a phone call, and it's like a staged phone call, or he called his brother. I can't remember if it was him calling his brother or his brother calling him. So Brooks is then talking to Nick, and he's like, well, yeah, man, they want to talk to me, blah, 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 and, question me. And he's like, oh, well, you don't think I should talk to them? Oh, I should go? Oh, well, you think I should go? It was like a setup, and the police.
It was
they honed in on that right away. Oh, I'm going to mute out. My son's got the damn lawnmower.
That's okay. Yeah, I have a bunch of stuff uploaded and downloaded into this, so I'll play through a lot of it, guys, and we'll catch you guys up to make you understand a lot of what's going on and what did happen. But I remember that whole thing. I believe it was Nick called him, and the whole thing was staged to be.
Yeah,
that's for that scenario. It's pretty ridiculous, but it did happen.
But yeah, you can pull it up. It's going to be on Brooks Houck interrogation video. I know YouTube's got it. It's on my playlist. I could send it, but
I think
I'll
I have
back inside in a minute. Yeah, you probably do.
One of my uploads, I believe, or downloads, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I haven't heard of them, Stephen, for years. Testament. I used to love Testament. Have fun, brother. All right, so let's check this out here real quick.
Morning, because it's about Brooks Houck. He'll appear in court this morning for the first time since he was charged with murder of his former girlfriend, Crystal Rogers. She disappeared in 2015. Houck was just arrested last week. He's charged with murder and tampering with physical evidence in connection to the FBI's investigation into Crystal's disappearance. Now, she was last seen in July of 2015. Houck has been a primary suspect ever since. In recent years, the FBI searched several of his properties. According to the indictment, Houck's charges stem from an indictment from July 4th weekend in 2015. Again, that was the last time Rogers was seen alive. Her car was found just a few days later, but it was abandoned on the side of the Bluegrass Parkway. Her keys, her phone, and her purse were all left inside. Federal investigators accuse Houck of intentionally causing her death and destroying, concealing, mutilating, or removing physical evidence in connection to the crime. That brings us to today, Houck's first court appearance. He'll be arraigned in Nelson County Circuit Court, but because he's currently being held in Hardin County, that appearance could be over video conference. At the arraignment, the judge will inform Houck of the charges that are being brought against him. The judge will also advise him of his rights, but there will not be any evidence presented or heard at this appearance. Arraignments are just not designed for that. Houck's defense attorneys have already filed a motion to reduce his $10 million bond to $500,000. They're also asking for special conditions of a GPS monitor and a work release if bond is in fact posted. The judge will hear that motion and decide to keep or change his bond. All of that is set for 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, you might remember Brooks Houck is not the only person charged in connection to Crystal Rogers' case. Joseph Lawson is facing 2 charges: conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence. He was indicted back in June and arrested in August. He made his court appearance last month virtually from a hospital bed. The court entered not guilty pleas on his behalf for both charges. Lawson's next court date is set for October 25th. Now, I sat down with WHA 11's Shay McAllister, who's been on top of this case for 8 years. That's really unheard of, to have that level of longevity on a singular case in a local news market. You can watch our deep dive into the investigation so far on the WHAS 11 YouTube page. You can also follow along with updates today and read the full timeline of the Crystal Rogers case up to this point in the free WHAS 11 app and at WHAS11.com.
All right, moving on. And you know, Aunt Nancy's always got something to say about everything. So, you know, she's all over this too. On we go.
Tom and Sherry Ballard, her boyfriend that she lived with, they're in their 3-bedroom suburban home. Brooks Houck is with us. So, Brooks, you go to bed.
Now, this was interesting to me. This was obviously before he was arrested and all this stuff. Okay, this came back. This was, so you guys know the timeline on this video. July 9th of 2015. Okay, listen to his voice and how he talks throughout this, guys. This is kind of interesting to know what we know, for those of us that know this, and what we know now as he's explaining this. It's kind of pathetic in my opinion. So.
And she's still playing games on her phone. The next morning around 8 o'clock, you notice that she's missing. Did you report her missing?
No, ma'am.
Why?
That is a great question, and one that I definitely want to hit the media.
I'm sorry.
Uh,
Now, you know this is the episode that's been subpoenaed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I had you turned down a second ago. My son was talking. I was talking to my son real quick, but I didn't know if you guys knew that.
Yeah,
Go
this.
ahead.
I'm sorry, I should have said that. That's why I'm playing it, because this is they subpoenaed this to the courts because of this whole thing right here. That's why I want you guys to listen. It's kind of interesting. So,
to say the least.
Very least, yeah. So the first thing you hear him say is, you woke up the next morning, which we all know this is all bullshit, by the way, but you woke up the next morning, she was gone, and did you report her missing? He says no right away. No, ma'am. So start off with that and take it for what it is.
I was not in the least little bit alarmed in any way, shape, or form. We have had a stressed relationship at times, and one of the ways that Crystal has always chose to cope or to deal with that is by going to a young woman's named Sabrina, that is her cousin, her dad's brother's daughter, whom she's very close to. And she spent the night there on several occasions.
When you say several, do you mean 1, 3, 20?
In the neighborhood of 4 to 6.
Okay,
Like that.
Tom and Sherry Ballard, were you aware of that? Do you know who Sabrina is?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my niece.
Okay. Did you know that she goes?
Now, for those of you that aren't familiar, this is Sherry and Tommy Ballard. This man sadly is deceased now due to a hunting accident. As Miss Barbara would say, I call bullshit because it is. These are Crystal's parents, guys. So just giving you guys the heads up on everything.
And spends the night over there when she's having an issue at home?
I've known probably one time.
Right. Okay, I want to go back to Brooks Houck, who was the last person to see her alive. Brooks, did you go on to the July the 4th get-together that day?
Yes, I did.
Even though you didn't know where she was?
I was expecting, I'd putting in a phone call that morning and then around lunch. And usually the maximum period of time that she has stayed gone has only been like a day to a day and a half at the most. And as a result of that, I thought that she would.
Did you try to call her?
Us. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, ma'am.
Did you try to call her during that time?
Not while I was there. There at the 4th. I called her prior to leaving to head in that direction. Yes, ma'am.
Some people have accused you of not being involved enough in the search efforts. What's your response?
That is a great question, and one I certainly appreciate you asking me. And that is all of my efforts in searching for her have been done behind the scenes with the Nelson County Sheriff's Office.
Like what?
Detective Snow, who's leading the investigation, and Jason Allison, who's a deputy there assisting him, along with the Kentucky State Police Agency, post number 12.
Well, my question was what you had been doing with them, but let me ask you this. I know that you agreed to take a polygraph. Did you pass?
They, because of the way that the lines or whatever were on the thing, they determined it to be what's called inconclusive. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but they did tell me it does mean that.
If you hear this man's voice, okay, this is a show, folks, a complete and total show. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, I'm this, that.
Look,
you know what I mean? It's pathetic.
you missed it. You missed it. I'm like, well, I was looking in chat just now to see if JC was here because this guy talking reminded me of the impression that JC did on my stream of Jen Soto.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
epic.
It is absolutely the same thing.
As he's talking, I'm sitting here picturing JC doing an impression of this guy. I gotta find her. She's working, I think.
Yeah, she'll be here either way when she can. But yes, absolutely welcome, Gypsy. Or I'm sorry, Genealogy Cynthia. I'm sorry. It's great that he's really trying to dumb himself down. Really trying, okay? And if you could see, God, if they showed Sherry and Tommy's faces as he's talking, I mean, you would know what it is. It is what it is. So, yeah.
Mystery, the case you're talking about is a different case than this case. I know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, the lawnmower is close again.
No. That is different. I know which one it is too. Completely different.
I forgot the lady's name, but yes, she was very good at what she did, and I know which one you're talking about.
She was a sniper. She was a sniper,
Yes,
right?
but they both were into the shooting ranges and all of that, and the hunting and the big game hunting and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's still an
That's who
interesting.
I believe that's what she's talking about.
Right. Captain Jinx, was he hunting with Dick Cheney? Right. No.
Dude.
That was good. That was good. That was good. You'd think so though, right? But that was definitely a crazy case too, Mystery. That's where I saw it was on ID. You can tell we're in the true crime community because we all watch the same things when we do.
Right. We all know. We all know.
Yep. But yeah, this is really, really, really pathetic the way he does this. But I'll keep going. I'll keep going.
That I wasn't lying, or I didn't pass it, or I didn't fail it.
The funny thing is when you can tell when Nancy don't believe somebody by the tone of her voice and how she just shuts people off and cuts people down and just that's not what I asked. That's not what I said. Answer, and that's one thing I do like about her.
I
She's
do the
aggravating.
same way. I don't think I could be able to help it.
Oh, right.
You know, I'm not into the sensationalism's not me, but I mean, like, no, I ask you a specific question, dude, answer it.
Right.
And
And you're
like
gonna,
I told you, if I showed my face on here, it would be a dead giveaway of my feelings. And I don't know if I
that's
say
how I am.
enough. I
That's
say
exactly
enough.
yeah.
My face would, my face says a lot more.
You guys all know that my face tells every feeling I have. It always has. I don't even try to hide it because I can't. So and I imagine because she has said that to me, Salty said that to me many times. That's one of the main reasons why she doesn't show her face, because everybody would know what she actually felt, regardless of what she's telling you. I can't hide it, so I just show whatever
I mean,
I show.
I wouldn't lie to people, but if I felt some kind of way, and I'm trying to be fair, you're gonna see that I probably personally don't feel that way, but I'm gonna be fair anyway.
Exactly. And yeah, Butterfly says the same. Like I said, you guys know my faces are very animated no matter what the scenario is.
I
So
could imagine all of our faces at different times when we're reviewing a video or reading a document. If we could all just capture our faces during that point in time and share them, we'd all be like cracking up.
I've had mine. Molly likes to catch my faces all the time when I
I
make
see your faces all the time when we're reviewing stuff, and I can tell, right? Like when we were reviewing that last Delphi piece, and those names popped up. I was like, I was waiting on that reaction.
I can't control it. Sometimes I don't even realize it, you guys. Somebody will say something, and I'll go back and watch a video of mine to check for mistakes or whatever to fix stuff. And I'm like, oh God, that was like.
Well, it's like I told you, we almost forget we're on a YouTube live and not just sitting around chit chatting with a bunch of our friends.
100%. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you, Ms. Helen. That's exactly it. If my mouth don't say it, my face does. That's
right.
Right
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
That's the best way to put it. I love it. Mary Beth Harshbarger acquitted in death of husband Mark. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mystery. Johnny Depp is that's where Johnny Depp was actually from, Glitter. That part of Kentucky. Agreed.
Ooh, actors and actresses. I don't like them cases. You know why?
I know.
They're actors and actresses.
You can't tell sometimes at all. Well,
We
I don't know.
Shit.
I will say this much. Johnny Depp, when they had his trial, as much as I didn't want to watch it, my wife did, so I watched it. And through that whole thing, his grins and his smirks and stuff told everything about what he was thinking at certain times. And it was hilarious to me. It really
He
was.
put on a performance of a lifetime, and so did she, and he was just better at it.
She was horrible. She was horrible.
I didn't watch none of that crap, but I saw shit. It was force fed on me. I'll say that, but I was like, I like his movies, some of them, and I don't know. No,
it's hard. You don't want to ruin it. You know, it was
I like
hilarious.
Karen Reed. No.
Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious, Paul. I agree, especially when they questioned Amber about the putting the shit on the bed thing. That
oh my
one,
God, I heard about that.
I was dying. I'm telling you right now. Mr. Steve,
I know
says,
somebody who did that to somebody in like real life. I heard this is what they told me they did. Like they didn't like this girl for whatever reason. And they put something in her shoe. I was like, you got to be kidding me. That's so juvenile. And
very
they're like, no,
childish.
the bitch deserved it. And I was like, what the hell? And yeah, so that always reminded me of that when I hear that story.
Right. Mr. Steve says my face is locked in a constant state of confusion. And I gotta say, I don't blame you on that, Mr. Steve, because out here.
And that's coming from law enforcement guys. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, absolutely. And I don't blame you, sir. I think I'm kind of a combination of surprise, confusion, and oh my God, what the hell just happened type stuff. So
And
yes.
that goes back to wanting to have a good conversation with Mr. Steve. You consider the things they do see that we just talk about.
Right.
So what does surprise you anymore, and what like really surprises you anymore? He's got his things, and we all have our individual things that do that. It's crazy.
Absolutely. And that's why I can't wait, actually, when we get Mr. Steve to join us up here, guys. It's going to be a great show. You guys are going to enjoy yourselves. This man is very good at what he does. very intellectual, very intelligent, and it's going to make for a great show. I can't wait to do that. So it is coming. It is coming. On we go. There's Nancy's face. This is pre-recorded, and look at her face. You can tell she absolutely did not believe anything this man is saying. So
She'd be like, I object. I'll go to court. Subpoena me. Subpoena my show right now.
absolutely. All right.
They just ruled it inconclusive, and that's exactly the way that it stands. I've been 100% completely honest with everyone. I've been 100% cooperative in everything that has been asked of me. I've not asked for any kind of legal advice or assistance or an attorney of any nature. I'm 100% completely innocent in this, and I have exhausted my efforts with the law enforcement agencies to gather all the facts necessary to allow me to have a clean name again. And that's very important to me. I have not responded to a lot of the negativity and all this animosity because I want the emphasis to remain on Crystal's safe return home, and that's where I want it to. I want it to stay focused in that area rather than dealing with any of the animosity.
Yeah, I hope they get custody of the little boy too. I see that. That was my point
Absolutely.
earlier. If once the family was caught, because if he's arrested and he's in jail and he's for murder, $10 million bond, and then the family was caught trying to secretly record their own grand jury testimonies, they should have taken him and given him at least a hurt to Sherry temporarily at that point. Just because I don't feel like, how can you trust this family at this point? They're going to corrupt and poison that little baby's mind. I don't think Sherry would approach it like that, knowing Sherry the way I've come to know Sherry.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? Right now, Sherry's not talking to the media under advice not to, because a lot of folks want to talk to her, and she does talk to a select few on the regular that are really respectful, because this case doesn't have all that crazy drama.
Yep.
And they don't want it to have that crazy drama. The craziest drama here is this Houck family, right?
Right. That's why this case never got to that point, like you've seen it with other cases.
And that's one of the reasons why it's not massively covered under certain true crime channels, because it doesn't have enough clickbaity stuff.
Right. That's fact, and it's not going to, and that's why I'm covering it here, because I
believe that it does, because you got the fact that you got these 3 men now charged with conspiracy, and there's 2 deaths, and then you got Jason Ellis, and we even went down to another part of Kentucky yet to cover Bill and Peggy. I mean, we ain't even got that far yet. I mean, it's like, come on, this case deserved just as much attention, like you've said. But that's okay. We'll do true crime this way.
This is exactly the way it's supposed to be done. That's how we're going to do it. So yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And we appreciate you guys being here. And I'm loving seeing that people do know about the case.
Oh yeah, and
they do.
I was gonna say I appreciate everybody's input in here. You guys are really on point with it too.
You really, I'm noticing that as well, Dago, and it's cool to see.
That's what I want. That's exactly this is where we should have been for the past 6 months, guys. We need to be back in this spot, covering true crime cases and stories, bringing awareness to them, interacting with each other, putting out our feelings and talking about it, and working on trying to show people these cases that are unsolved like this still, that need the airtime, period. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys for involving yourselves in this so very much.
There were some specials done on Crystal's case, before the arrests were ever made. There was one good one done on it before he was really ever named a viable suspect. It was just chatter, because of who he was, being the boyfriend and such, and the last to see her and all that good stuff. So, and then there wasn't just a lot out there until, the investigation got steam and they got the arrest. And then, so here we are.
Miss Helen says they have proof that the gun that killed her father was bought by her ex-brother-in-law. I've heard that.
Yes. Well, technically, they weren't brother and sister-in-law because she wasn't married to Brooks. But yes, Brooks was her boyfriend, and Nick was the brother of Brooks. So her boyfriend's brother-in-law, however you want to put it. But technically not. But yes, that gun was tied to him.
Right. Which there you go. Okay, and it's that's what we need to see and hear about with this stuff like this. So in the same area, the teacher and her daughter was killed about 2 weeks after Officer Ellis was killed with no answer on theirs either.
Yes. So that damn, you guys are good.
That's what I'm telling
Oh
you. They
my
know what
God.
they're talking about, right?
All right. Rock and roll.
You guys are great. I appreciate this seriously that you guys are involved like this. This tells me that I have the people that want to talk about and be a part of true crime. That's what I want, you guys. That's what I'm trying to say here. We haven't been, and we need to be, and that's where we're at, and that's what we're trying to rebuild here, and we're doing a great job because you guys are amazing. So thank you again. Thank you, Siggy. I appreciate that. I hope I'm doing the best I can with it. So, and Helen, that's awesome, and thank you. And this, I'm sorry about this picture, guys. It's very tiny. I tried blowing it up, and I can probably do it, but I was being lazy. I was trying to put a lot of stuff together quickly. But this is the press conference from July 6th of 2015, and I thought it was important to show you guys that. And again, it's more hearing what they're saying. It's just a little picture, so I'm sorry once again. Sorry to get that about that once again.
Okay, I want to introduce myself. I'm Ed Mattingly. I'm the Nelson County Sheriff. It's spelled E-D, last name M-A-T-T-I-N-G-L-Y. We called a press conference today because of a missing person report that we have taken, and that we are currently working with the family and several agencies at trying to locate Crystal Rogers. I've got some information here that I want to hand out to you all, which went out in a press release. It's the pictures of the car that we have up on the screen, and pictures of Crystal. I want to just fill you in and bring you up to date where we started. Yesterday afternoon at approximately 3 o'clock, a family member came to the sheriff's office to report that they believed that Crystal Rogers was missing. Shortly thereafter, another family member found Crystal's car near the 14-mile marker on the Bluegrass Parkway. It raised a bunch of concern because a tire on the vehicle was flat, and Crystal's personal belongings, including her cell phone and purse, were left in the vehicle. Keys were still in the car. We immediately began trying to trace Crystal's steps, and the last person that we know that Crystal was with was her boyfriend or common law husband. They have a child together. They live here in Bardstown, and his name is Brooks Houck. And I want everyone to know that he has been completely cooperative with our investigation and has tried to assist us in any way that he can, and has been helping us today as well as he did yesterday. And we need everyone's help, and everyone in the Ballard family and in the Brooks Houck family to come together to try and figure out where Crystal is at. I want to introduce Captain Tom Roby with the Bardstown Police Department. The Bardstown Police Department has been assisting us, as well as the Kentucky State Police, the Kentucky State Police Crime Lab, the Hardin County Narcotics Task Force. We've had an air unit from the Kentucky State Police involved, and we are working as a team to try and find out where Crystal is and what has happened. Some of the family members are here. This is Tommy Ballard, who is Crystal's father. This is her sister, Brooke, and other family members. And they have chosen Tom Roby to speak to them. If you're wondering, Crystal is a niece to one of my deputies, Barbara Roby, who is retired from the Bardstown Police Department. And she has been the liaison between the family and us, and we're trying to find out every bit of information we can to locate her. And what I'm asking is that if the public saw anything on the Bluegrass Parkway near the 14-mile marker involving the maroon Chevrolet Impala behind me that is also on the handout, and Crystal, anytime between late Friday night and yesterday afternoon, we would like to hear from them what they saw and if there's anything that they can relate to us that might help in this investigation. We currently have many people with boots on the ground, searching areas, checking and processing the vehicle. And with that said, I would like if Tom Roby would speak on behalf of the Ballard family.
Thank you. On behalf of all of Crystal's family and friends, thank you for helping us get the word out. I also would like to ask everyone for the continued support, everyone who shared the information on social media, spreading the word. Thank everyone for the prayers and their support. If you think you saw something, or if you think you know something, even what you may think is insignificant, please call, because it could be very important. We also, that Crystal can hear our voice. We love you. We want to know where you're at. Contact us. You're okay. And just continue to pray. Help us. Thank you.
At this time, I'll answer any questions that anybody may have regarding what we've done. It may be limited in what I can answer because we're currently working in several different areas. So if anybody has any questions, we can take them.
Can you be more specific in the search efforts as far as what resources you're using? I know we saw a helicopter. Are you using dogs?
The family has done a whole lot of searching themselves that I haven't been directly involved in. There's nothing worse than sitting idle when you're feeling this way and you want to be a part of the solution. And they had been out working, been out on four-wheelers, checking different farms. As far as the police department, we're currently processing the vehicle at an undisclosed location with members of the Kentucky State Police Crime Lab and assistance from the Bardstown Police Crime Scene Unit. Our guys have been out to her home and searched her home. And we have also been in contact with other members of the family on the farms, currently looking in those areas. The air unit has searched along the Bluegrass Parkway as well as the family, just looking for any type of lead. And what we're hoping by putting this information out to the public is that somebody saw something somewhere that'll get us going in the right direction.
Was there any sign of a struggle at the car, or has she been in any kind of argument or altercation?
We do not have that.
At this point in the investigation, do you suspect foul play?
I have no reason to suspect foul play other than the circumstances. If it was your sister that left her car on the Bluegrass Parkway and hadn't been seen from for 3 days, and her purse and her car keys were in the car, that's where we're at. And it's very unusual that's where I'm at.
When was the last time she was seen?
The last time we know for a fact that she was seen was Friday evening.
Where was that?
With her boyfriend and her baby on Family Farm.
Was the car unlocked when it was first discovered?
Yes.
So the first indication you have that car being parked there is someone.
We're getting conflicting reports of when the car was seen there, and we have people that say they saw it Saturday. We have people that didn't see it Saturday. We have people that saw it yesterday, and We just don't know for sure.
Did anybody see her at the scene of the car, like trying to fix a flat tire or something like that?
You know, when you put something out in the media that is, I don't like to put a whole lot of weight on what one person saw. I want 2 or 3 people to see the same thing. And that's why I say we have conflicting reports.
Sure. Were there any possessions at all outside the vehicle?
No.
Does she have any connections to Elizabethtown or west of here where she may have been going to E-Town for something?
We have investigated that her and her boyfriend were friends with a couple in the Hardin County area. But other than that, we have no reason. We don't understand why she was at that spot. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that she was there.
Who's taking care of her children?
Her family.
How many children does she have?
5.
Did the boyfriend mention if there was any type of argument or anything at the family farm that they would separate?
You know, when you interview people, you go back, and there's no relationships out there that are golden. We do not know of any immediate altercation.
The boyfriend has been questioned, but
He has been extremely cooperative. And we've got other things that we're going to do in the future. And a lot of times when you get into personal relationships, one side of the family might not like the other side of the family as much. And as police officers, we have to work with everyone. And the only way we will ever arrive at the truth is being respectful, non-accusatory, unless we have information that says that some person did something. And until we have that information, we don't go there.
who reported her missing? Your boyfriend or other family members?
Other family members.
Confirm she lives in Bardstown.
That's correct.
Is she a native of Bardstown?
Yes.
Can you spell the boyfriend's last name?
Houck.
You're saying right now there's not a suspect or each person interested?
There is not a suspect. You start with the people that are the closest, and it's terrible that we're at this point, and you have to go back and retrace footsteps. And as far as we know right now, he was the last person that was with her. But that's simply what that means. He was the last person that was with her. And we do not need to be accusatory towards anyone.
So will you be retracing footsteps for the final rescue and such, or the family is out there? What's the process moving forward the next day or so?
What do we plan on receiving phone calls and following up tips. I've got detectives from several different agencies working several different directions, trying to retrace the footsteps that we know and pull different videos, trying to trace cars back. And right now we need the public's help, and that's what we're looking at.
How many people from the public have contacted you?
We've had numerous phone calls. I can't, a bunch.
Is that her exact car? Is that a model like it?
That is the car. That is her car. We're not looking for the car. We have the car. It's just if somebody recognized seeing that car on the Bluegrass Parkway or saw anything unusual. I mean, a bunch of people saw the car. I'm looking for somebody that saw some person around the car.
You said it had a flat tire.
Yes.
Was it intentionally flattened, or it let the air out?
From what we can tell at the scene, it's a flat tire. You can trace it off the road to where it stopped.
So the flat tire, you believe whoever was driving caused him to pull over?
Yes.
Sheriff, was Mr. House invited here today?
Yes, he was, and he wanted me to say that he was willing to be here, but I did not want to have any controversy here in this office.
Is there any record of anybody she called on her phone?
Those are all things that are under investigation that we're working on currently.
So is it safe to say on a time frame, that you suspect when she was driving last? And when she
No, we're just saying that her car is on the Bluegrass Parkway and it had a flat tire. We don't know who was driving it or what. We're just saying that her car was located on the Bluegrass Parkway that had a flat tire and pulled off to the side of the road.
Headed towards Bardstown.
Headed towards Elizabethtown.
Headed towards Elizabeth.
Westbound on the Bluegrass Parkway at the 14-mile mark. Okay. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the initial press conference from back then. Hold on, guys.
Yeah, I agree with some of the things that chat was talking about while they were reviewing that, you know, he's struggling and not sure
Yeah,
if they want to answer. And yeah, you pick up on some of that, it feels like, when he is
absolutely,
talking. And
absolutely.
it's just, and Glitter, thanks for those case numbers. I'm gonna, I've got some of the documents in a folder, but I don't know what I have and what I don't have. So I got to go back and look.
Yeah, we're gonna get the documents and to go over those two guys when we can for sure. I know I definitely want to. All right, hold on a minute here.
Yeah, Helen, I agree. Tommy is the reason her case never went cold. And there is a special, we'll have to get it linked up for you guys, but some private investigators came in after Tommy and they took a look. Tommy had literally files with interviews of people in the town that he talked to and different things in the Jason, even with Jason's case was concerned, and Bill and Peggy's case and the mother and the daughter case that was brought up earlier. There was all kind, you know, he had talks with everything. So there's a lot of, I don't know what all was in his case file. They have never come out and said, but I do think once the FBI took back over, they went into a lot of what Tommy did have. And it was like after that is when things started getting into high gear with the case.
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely. I do agree. All right, so this video was dropped August 31st of 2016. It was a year or so later. This is a new search that they put out when they were started looking for Crystal. Again, like I said, I'm gonna try to show you guys a little bit of everything, and it's gonna be all over the place, but it all goes together at some point. Absolutely, James. Thank you for joining us again, sir.
Holding right now in Nelson County. That's where a big search is happening in the case of missing Bardstown mother, Crystal Rogers. WLKY Chopper HD is above the scene of the search site, a farm belonging to the mother of the only suspect in the case. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Office has been called in to help. The LMPD dive team is also there. This is who you're seeing right now. Rogers disappeared more than a year ago. The Nelson County Sheriff believes she's no longer alive. Rogers' boyfriend, Brooks Houck, has been named a suspect but has not been charged. Earlier this month, a warrant has been served on Houck's brother, Nick Houck, a former Bardstown police officer. We have a crew at the scene, and we'll update you throughout this newscast. We're posting updates right now online at WLKY.com.
Well, shifting gears here, it's been 9 years today since Crystal Rogers was last seen alive. And in the last 9 months, we've seen accelerated movement in the case to find her and find answers about what happened. 3 men are now in jail on murder charges. Wave News reporter Mark Stevens revisits the 9-year-old quest for answers.
Now, Crystal Rogers was last seen July 3rd, 2015. Last fall, her boyfriend Brooke Houken was indicted with conspiring to kill her. Stephen and Joseph Lawson were indicted as well. And a judge just denied Stephen Lawson's claim that he's immune from prosecution.
At all times, he was promised immunity in my presence and outside of my presence, before I got involved and after I got involved.
Nelson County Judge Charles Sims threw out Stephen Lawson's immunity deal on the anniversary of Crystal Rogers' disappearance. The judge found Lawson knew he needed to tell the truth and then failed to do so. The judge hasn't decided yet if Lawson, his son Joseph, and Brooks Houck will be tried together. He's waiting for Lawson to make up his mind about whether his grand jury testimony will be excluded from the case. Houck was arrested last September. He's been in jail ever since.
Welcome, Nicole. Says, I'm new here, but I wanted to say thank you for covering Crystal's case. Her and her family deserve justice. I will be back for the replay. And thank you so much, Crystal. Welcome, and it's wonderful to have you here.
Yeah, thank you. We're glad to do it. We hope that you guys, I mean, enjoy true crime, but it is what it is. But getting Crystal's story out there is really, it needs to be talked about. So we appreciate that.
Yes, thank you very much, Nicole.
On a $10 million bond. Stephen Lawson was jailed in December. His son Joseph had been in jail since September. The flurry of arrests followed years of stop and start searches. One of the most recent in November last year was revealed in court documents to be a possible site of Crystal Rogers' body. Lawson told police he had seen his son Joseph and another man digging and burning at the site with a skid steer from a construction site connected to Houck. Police have not revealed if they found anything. What really happened to Crystal Rogers in 2015 is still a mystery. As we get closer to a trial, maybe some answers will finally be revealed.
Really need to find those search warrant returns. Wow.
To decide whether he wants to keep his grand jury testimony.
Yeah, I really, really do want to see that stuff myself. So I'm going to get on top of that. Sure.
Yeah. We'll look and see what's out there, and we can get on the website. I just wanted to touch for a minute some of the comments, like motive, right? What would be the motive?
Right.
Because we haven't heard anything about that yet.
Well,
so the only thing that really is out there that they can really, because Crystal did have the 4 older children. They do have a father, and he was in their life, but Brooks treated those 4 differently than he did his little boy. And he didn't want to be, he didn't want to be responsible for those kids in any way. And Crystal was having a problem with that, but also there's a possibility there was some shadiness going down with his business, and because she worked for him, she learned about it,
knew about it,
didn't approve of it, and plus the issues within the relationship about the kids. So that's where we're at. We don't it wasn't like she caught him cheating and there was this big fight, or there'd been this long abuse pattern. You know what I mean? It was different.
He made a statement in the Nancy Grace interview that right out of the gate that caught my attention. The way he said it, which first off, everybody knows that he was fake, so we'll say that. But he said that Crystal and I's relationship, I can't remember the exact words, but it went along the lines of was a little bit heated from time to time. Okay. Yeah. Well, we know that they were at the farm together that day. I don't think they left the farm together that day. I think that's where that happened at. And then I think that him and Nick went back to the farm that night, and that's where all this evidence was destroyed.
And you remember when he said that Crystal would go to the cousins 5-6 times during their spats? Yeah. And Tommy had already said no. He only knew of once, but the cousin has also said no.
Right.
Crystal didn't go to her house on a regular basis. It wasn't like that,
It was another lie. Exactly.
Yeah.
Nicole again says you're welcome.
Well,
Crystal,
some of these people's problem is like Jen Soto's, they don't think, and Stefan's, they don't think the cops are going to look too hard.
Right.
At them for some reason. It's like, what? You should know well, maybe they don't know because they're not in true crime. Like, we all know if one of our loved ones, something happens, we're going to be looked at immediately. And all you can do is cooperate and get it done so they can move on.
Absolutely.
And so, yeah.
So again, Nicole, thank you, says you're welcome. Crystal and her family are friends of my family. I made sure to hit the like and subscribe. Thank you so much, Nicole, again.
Oh, nice.
And Nicole, there is my email address on screen, mayoris74
Mhm.
at gmail.com. She also says, I will email you, Dago, about some of the situations that played out prior to Crystal going missing. Thank you for that. That right there will display motive in some sense, in my opinion, and I would love to see that. So thank you again. So yeah, anything you want to send on this, please send it to that email. I can go through it with Salty, and we'll present it as we should. And once again, Nicole, thank you so very much. You are appreciated. And again, share this with anybody you believe would be interested in popping in to hear this. We are going to cover it again because there's more to come from it, obviously. So it's probably going to be another series because there is a lot to unpack, like Salty said earlier on. So I want to bring documents. I want to show every bit of what I can to help with this, to help the family to get the names and keep the case rolling the way it should be. So, no problem, Nicole. Thank you. All right, on we go.
Out of the case, that decision will determine whether all three will be tried together. The trial is supposed to start in February next year and will be moved out of Nelson County. Mark Stevens, Wave News.
All right, thank you so much, Mark.
Disappearance of Crystal Rogers has been a mystery since 2015.
And in the last 5 years, this is a story that has had several twists and turns. WDRB's Fallon Glick is joining us now, talking about how we reached this point. Fallon?
Well, you guys, this case has really taken on a life of its own. So many in Bardstown and even across the country wondering what happened to the mother of five. Today, we take a look back at the major events in the case, starting from the day she went missing.
July 3rd, 2015. It's the last day Crystal Rogers was last seen alive. For 2 days, family and friends are unable to reach her, saying it's unlike Crystal to not respond, especially to her children. Then on July 5th, Crystal's mom, Sherry Ballard, files a missing persons report, and another family member finds Crystal's car abandoned on the Bluegrass Parkway. The maroon Chevy Impala had a flat tire with Crystal's keys, purse, and cell phone still inside. A day later, on July 6th, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office holds a press conference. Officials say Brooks Houck, Crystal's boyfriend, was the last person to see her alive at his family farm the night of July 3rd. Sheriff Ed Mattingly says Brooks Houck is cooperating with the investigation.
Just that we love her and we're trying to find her and we just want her to come home.
Nearly every day, Crystal's father, Tommy Ballard, searches for his daughter, even starting his own investigation, and the community steps in to help.
We've searched the rivers, we've searched farms, houses, sinkholes, wells, any place that we think that she might be.
But one person was always missing, Brooks Houck.
If he truly loved my daughter, he would do anything to find her because we're doing anything.
Brooks Houck is questioned by police, telling investigators that he, Crystal, and their 2-year-old son Eli left the family farm around midnight. He says he went straight to bed and Crystal stayed up playing games on her phone. And when he woke up on July 4th, she wasn't there.
I wasn't even alarmed.
Detective John Snow tells Brooks he has gaps in his story, but Brooks says he has nothing to do with the disappearance.
And now my whole family's name is trashed for something that's completely not even tied to me.
In the middle of the interview, Brooks takes a phone call from his brother Nick Houck, telling Brooks not to talk to police. Nick himself is a Bardstown police officer at the time. He is also questioned in Crystal's disappearance and is told he did not pass a lie detector test.
Dude, I don't give a what your computer said, okay? I think you do. I'm telling you that I have been 100% honest with you.
3 months after Crystal's disappearance, the Nelson County Sheriff's Office makes a grim announcement.
She has vanished from Earth. And I think it's safe to say that she's dead.
Nick Houck is fired from the Bardstown Police Department for interfering with the investigation. The Nelson County Sheriff's Office names Brooks Houck as the main suspect, but he is not arrested or charged.
I have 8 pages of circumstances that lead me to look in their direction.
A year passes with no major developments in the case, but it takes another shocking and tragic turn for the Ballard family early in the morning of November 19th, 2016. Tommy Ballard, Crystal's father and biggest champion in the fight to find her, is about to go hunting on family property with his grandson, one of Crystal's 5 children, when he is shot in the chest and killed. Kentucky State Police don't classify it as a murder, calling it a death investigation. But Sherry Ballard has no doubt he was targeted and says her husband thought he was being followed in the days before he was killed. Years go by and still no answers. A new sheriff is elected and the lead detective in Crystal Rogers' disappearance retires.
Do you think we will ever find Crystal's body?
I think eventually she will be found, yes.
And on the 5th anniversary of her disappearance, a family and a community remembers and mourns, just as it has so many times before. Crystal's now 19-year-old daughter, Kylie, is still learning to cope without her mom.
You look at it now and you're like, this actually happened. Like, this is actually like your life. Like, this is our story now. Like, it's something we have to deal with every day.
While Crystal's mom both hopes for and dreads the answer she's been seeking for so long.
I'm ready for it, but I have to prepare myself at the same time that I don't fall apart when that day finally does get here.
And we've been talking with family throughout the day. They hope today's FBI search will eventually lead to closure for the family. We also talked to the family about the remains that were found 2 weeks ago. Those remains were sent to a lab in Quantico. The family says they are still waiting for the results of if those remains do belong to Crystal. Fallon Glick, WDRB News.
I test it out on YouTube. See.
All right. Yeah, there's no way anybody on this planet could ever make me believe that what happened to Tommy was a complete total hunting accident, considering the fact you just heard him state, Sherry stated that he had been stating that somebody was following him. Well, welcome back, Miss Salty.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had a phone call real quick.
No, it's okay. He had, like Salty stated early on when we first started, Tommy went in hard on this to try to find his daughter and figure out what happened with his daughter. When you all know this, when you get close to something that you're not supposed to get close to, people shut you down. That's exactly what they did to that man, sadly. I wish he could have been here to see Hoke get arrested.
Yeah.
I really do. Okay.
His brother, Tommy's brother, is or was it his father? They're a very strong family, and Glitter, your last couple of comments, you're spot on about the things. The phone call from the guy in the truck is Stephen Lawson. Stephen Lawson is also the guy that they presume parked Crystal's car that night.
Right. That's Joseph Lawson's father. Right.
Yes, Joseph's father, which is tied to Tommy's death, and Nick, through that side. So it's like the Lawsons were involved with both, Tommy and Crystal's deaths, and both of the brothers here, the Houck brothers. These two are right there with all of it, and I think, that's why they're the 3 arrested.
I think that Joseph and Stephen Lawson's testimony that's going to happen is what's going to break this all the way open at some point.
There's your 2 fall guys. There's your 2 paid guys. There, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I doubt they were paid a ton to do anything except comply. You know how that goes. It probably didn't take much.
Right, 100%. It is very sad, Helen, that he lost his life.
It is. It was very hard on Sherry. Sherry loved her husband. They depended on each other. You know what I mean? And they had been through so much since Crystal disappeared. They had these 5 grandchildren fighting for Eli, fighting for Crystal, and then to have Tommy taken away in that fashion.
And then she's alone. Now she's alone.
And now she's got to fight for both of them. And she hasn't backed down. Sherry is very strong. I can see her weaknesses, and they come in private. You can tell. But Sherry Ballard is one of the strongest women I've ever seen in true crime,
The
as
whole
far as family members go.
Yeah. Yeah. As far as like parents, yeah, I agree with you on that 100%. But this whole family is rock solid, in my opinion, you guys.
They are. They're a very good family. There was no dirt on this family. There was nothing too shady to bring up on them. You know what I mean? None of that existed in this case, except for the Houck family.
Right. And that's the thing right there is that Crystal didn't deserve this, obviously. Nobody does. She was a sweet woman. She has a good mother.
She was a great mom by all accounts. She was
And just
not, she wasn't out
amazing.
there drinking and drugging and partying
Right.
and doing all the things. She was working hard, raising her kids, and thought she found a decent man.
Very hard to do these days, obviously, because you think you can trust somebody. Obviously, we know we
And
can't.
Sherry talks about that she trusted Crystal and her instincts, and Crystal was proud of the fact that maybe she finally did find a guy that would accept her and her kids, and they had the baby together and things were going to be okay until they weren't.
Right. It's hard to do. Listen, guys, I know all about this. The creature, as I call her, that I was married to first, I had 3 kids with her. My current wife, the love of my life, the most amazing woman on this planet, had 3 children. We got together. We made Caden, who you all know. We had 7 children as one together in one home as a blended family. It's very hard to do. I took her children on as my own children. I don't look at them as stepchildren at all. I never have. I don't call them my stepkids. They don't call me
My
their
stepdad was the same way, Dago. He came into a relationship with a lady who had 4 kids.
Right. And
and he accepted every one of us. I have 2 dads. My real dad that I love and my bonus dad that I love just as much.
And that's what it is. And that's how it should be. I took these kids on, like I said, even in my first marriage. My daughter is not my daughter. I don't have any biological daughters. Okay. I have 2, but neither one of them are biologically mine. When I met my first wife, she had a 3-month-old little girl whose father had wanted nothing to do with the child. So I took her on as my own. In my heart, she's mine. I raised her as mine. That's all there is to it. There's no blood, but there's nothing but heart, if that makes sense.
That's right. No, it makes total sense. That's the way it should be.
Right. So, and that's how it is. I have 7 children. There's no stepfather, stepkid, step this. The kids themselves were not stepbrothers and sisters. They claim each other as brothers and sisters, period. And then the baby.
And in my situation, my grandson lost his mom, and my son's girlfriend, her children lost their dad.
Yeah.
So I tell them that these are your bonus parents. They're not here to replace the ones you lost. My grandson still has his dad, but he can look at the new girl as like bonus mom. She's not trying to replace your mom. And the same for her children with my son's concerned. And I try to make them all understand that that it's okay to be different, but this is what a family unit does. This is what you do.
Well, the reason why I even brought this up is it is hard to find people who are willing to accept another man's children or another woman's children.
Yeah.
My wife treats my children as if they're her own. There's no stepmom, step this, that, nothing. My kids have said to her that she's more of a mother to them than the creature was. And
fortunately, there are a lot of great families out there like that, Dago. I know we hear a lot of the bad stuff a lot of times with step parents, but there are a lot of really good step bonus, however you want to describe them, parents out there.
And that's
stepping up to you, whether the other parents involved or not, they're there,
That's why when we were talking about the Sebastian Rogers case at one time, that stepfather comment got brought up, and I went, whoa, wait a minute.
I agree, because like I said, my stepfather to me was my dad, even though I had a dad. It wasn't like I didn't have one. I did. And I have a great one. I've got a fantastic biological father, and thank goodness he's the only one I have left.
Right.
Mark, my mom is gone and my stepdad is gone, and I miss them, but thank goodness I still have my dad, but
Mark and Betty, I just saw you. I'm sorry. We were talking.
It's better for the kids, when all that works out. Yeah. Hey there, chat.
My apologies. If you choose to leave, that's understandable, but I just saw you, so I'm so sorry about that. between us talking in the video, I don't get to see everybody in the chat, so my apologies. But no, I agree with you absolutely. But that's why I brought that up, guys, because it is hard. You know, she probably thought I found the perfect person to be a father to these kids, so on and so forth, and look where it ended up. You know what I mean? That's why I brought that up. So, good morning, Mark and Betty. I hope you're having I forgot you're overseas. I hope you're having a wonderful morning over there, and thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Absolutely, Helen. Absolutely. All right. So, guys, we're going to look at this is the first look at the police interviews with Steve Lawson. This is Joseph Lawson's father, the older gentleman in the Lawson crew. Okay. I think he was
Is it Miss Barbara's birthday?
Is it really? I thought it was
Friday. Okay, it's Friday. Okay, I'm sorry. I was reading chat. There you go. I was getting caught up.
I have it on my
Okay.
I have it on my calendar because you guys know how I am with birthdays. So I got it, Barbara. You know that. Yes, absolutely, Norma. I saw that too, and I can't wait. Thank you again, Nicole. Okay. What is going on with this? There we go. And we're gonna go through this here and check this out. That's awesome, Miss Helen.
A first look at videos of police questioning Steve Lawson, one of the 3 men accused in Crystal Rogers' murder. Its testimony, Lawson's attorney says, was given in exchange for immunity. Today, the judge hearing arguments for Lawson's charges heard arguments for those charges to be dropped.
The prosecutor stayed firm in saying that Lawson didn't hold up his end of the bargain. Senior reporter Isaiah Kim Martinez and chief photojournalist Philip Murrow report from the Nelson County Courthouse.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. And you're right, Mark and Betty. I'm sorry. It always is. I just didn't see you, or I would have said something right out of the gate. My apologies. Between the video and our conversating, that was why I hadn't seen you yet. So again, my deepest apologies and welcome. It's great to have you here.
Special Prosecutor Shane Young says in one of the conversations with Steve Lawson, he was told 27 times to be truthful in his testimony. Young argues Lawson failed to do that.
This game of charades going on with Hout and Lawson and what they're trying to pull is no different than what they've been doing the last 8 years.
Tempers flared in the courtroom. A special prosecutor, Shane Young, showed snippets of conversations Steve Lawson had with authorities. Interrogations from 2023 captured on video.
I've never known any Mr. House, ever.
In real time, Lawson watched closely, at times looking uneasy, even taking his glasses off for a moment.
I believe that he was trying to tell the truth.
The judge heard arguments from Lawson's attorney, Ted Lavitt, who's asking for the charges against his client to be dropped because he was promised immunity in exchange for his testimony. But on Thursday, Special Prosecutor Shane Young said Lawson broke the conditions of that agreement.
The deal was, on June 8th, it was blanket immunity. On June 12th, it was immunity as long as you did not hurt her or participate in the murder. But to get that, he had to be 100% truthful with no omissions. We do have.
There it is. Bingo. Okay. He was given total immunity as long as he did not hurt her himself physically. He was not the one that did whatever happened to her, and he had to be 100% truthful. He couldn't do it. So they revoked the immunity. And now that this was in last year.
Yeah.
Past year. Now they're trying to get the charges dropped on him. It's not going to happen, guys. It's not going to happen. Okay. They have a lock on this case now. They have 3 people in custody with this. They got it. They're not going to let go of this. They're not going to give this guy anything. In fact, I'm surprised that they were giving him full. If they're giving him full immunity, that blew my mind. But it does make sense. If he had nothing to do with the physicality of it, that makes sense. If it was just conspiracy or evidence tampering, that makes sense. And it makes me wonder at this point now if they pulled that back now because they know that maybe he was part of the physicality of it, possibly. So you know, as I told you, 2 + 2 = deal. Well, here's where it starts, and this is the older Lawson, the father. Mr. Steve says, anytime you have the father of a 2-year claim, the mother of that child disappears after midnight, leaving the child behind. Show me a history of how often she did. Never, ever, Mr. Steve.
Yes.
Never.
And when that's a good point, Mr. Steve. And when Sherry accidentally stumbled upon Brooks at the store,
Mm-hmm.
and the baby was in the car, and she says to him, "Where is my daughter?" And he says, "Well, I don't know." And she knew. She's like, "No, she would never." She just took off. He began to tell people that he thought Crystal took off with another guy. But
Mm-hmm.
Sherry said the second she approached him and that baby was in the car, she knew Crystal's never going to leave that baby.
Never. That's
Some
been
women
stated.
just will not walk out on those babies. Some women will, but there are many, many, many that will not.
That's been stated and claimed by multiple people in this family that Crystal would never do that ever, and I can believe it. Just watching, I've watched like certain photographs. Seen
If she was
photographs.
going to leave, she'd have took
No.
him with her. He would have went with her.
Yeah, right. Very good point, Mr. Steve. Thank you for that. Again, this is why I love this man. He's very on point with things. So thank you, sir. Always appreciated. Mystery says, True Crime Web. Same with Susan Powell case. Allegedly, she went camping at midnight here in Utah. She's still missing. That's another crazy case.
Yeah. Oh, boy, isn't it?
Yeah. She would have never left the kids behind. I agree with you on that too, Mystery. Never. Never, never. So, yes. Bunch of BS, as Miss Barbara would say. And yes, Miss Barbara.
We call BS.
That's right. We consider you family too, Miss Barbara. So thank you for that.
Specific examples where he is telling the complete opposite of what he had said in a previous interview.
Ted, at one point you said your client has told the entire truth. At another time you said he was trying to tell the truth. I mean, which is it?
Well, he's trying to give them what they wanted. And they would tell him, look, you're messing up. You're not telling us. You're not giving us this. Well, what do you want me to do?
You believe the prosecution threw him off?
Well, of course. They kept putting pressure on an uneducated person to come up with what they wanted.
At the very least, Lavitt wants Lawson's conversations with police last year to be withheld from use as evidence at trial. A key piece of that, the 2015 phone call between Lawson and Brooks Houck.
It had to do with securing an apartment for his niece.
You're saying that's the truth?
Yes.
Because he testified in the grand jury that the phone call was to let Brooks Houck know that the job had been done. He's under oath.
And for the first time, prosecutors brought up the name Tammy Lawson. She's Steve Lawson's late ex-wife, who Young believes was involved in the crime. He claims she was also there on the Bluegrass Parkway, where Rogers' car was later found abandoned, with her phone, purse, and keys still inside.
Now you gotta wonder, hearing that.
I've not ever heard that before.
Nope, neither have I. And my ears, the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I got goosebumps at the same time. So,
And she's no longer with us?
Of course not. No, she's gone. And the phone call, that's the phone call that happened in the middle of the night between him and Steve Lawson, okay?
Yeah.
Saying the job is done. Does that mean that Lawson was the hands-on person? And Tammy drove the car, possibly?
And what was Joseph's role other than
I don't know yet.
Tommy, other than Tommy, possibly, you know?
This is from June 13th to 24th. This just happened last month that they had this conversation. This is interesting to me. As long as I followed this case, I've never heard that before.
I haven't been catching up on the latest. Like I said,
Well, I told you guys I'm throwing new stuff, old stuff in here and mixing it up. So yes, uneducated people still can tell the truth. Yeah, that's true, Miss Helen. That's true. Glitter just said, I've never heard that before either.
Yeah, there's a few of you that have heard. Let me ask you that. So that's a good question. To ask chat. Have any of you ever heard that before? Because some of you do know about it.
Yeah, I can back that up just a little bit, Elizabeth, for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The commercial. My apologies. Let's try it again, because that is absolutely the first time I heard that. Just saying. Just now.
Yes, because he testified in the grand.
Not far enough. Hold on.
As evidence at trial. A key piece of that, the 2015 phone call between Lawson and Brooks Houck.
It had to do with securing an apartment for his niece.
You're saying that's the truth?
Yes.
Because he testified in the grand jury that the phone call was to let Brooks Houck know that the job had been done. He's under oath.
And for the first.
That was the grand jury testimony. That's what that statement was from.
I hear that. And that's what I'm hearing there. Interesting.
Yeah. Hello, hello. This is why we do this stuff, guys.
Some grand jury testimony.
I would love to get that. I'd love to be the fly on the wall for that stuff. Charlie
I
said
wonder if we
never.
can get transcripts. I doubt it. I don't know.
No, not up to date with the latest. A lot of people have never heard that, Salty, including us. So
cool. Okay, well,
so they tried to change it up, and they're trying to withhold that testimony now. Tell me more. Yeah, I agree, Glitter. Tell me more. That was to secure an apartment for the niece. You can't flip flop that from one thing to the other, guys. It either is what it is. Sorry,
and Brooks had the properties. I mean,
right. But this was in the grand jury testimony. Clearly said to tell him that the job was done. There it is.
Yeah, because then according to Brooks and Lawson, the phone call was more like he needed to get the key or something to one of the properties to do some work on it or some information on the property or whatever. And Brooks
why would
said
you do
that
that
he needed
in the middle of the night?
Yeah, and he said, well, I need to contact Crystal to get that information. I'll do it tomorrow. She's not with me or whatever. But Crystal was sitting there with him the whole time.
Right.
So when he was asked about that, he's like, oh, well, because it was after hours and she didn't like to be bothered with work after hours. So I didn't want to bother her with it. So I just told him she wasn't with me.
Yeah, that was 2-3 o'clock in the morning. You're not going to call somebody to get in a key to. Nobody's going to be awake typically to do something like that.
Right. To conduct business.
That was a bomb drop, guys. I'm sorry. That right there tells a story by itself completely. So, wow. Okay, on we go. Yeah, Steve Lawson's Tammy Lawson. She is deceased. Now, I don't know what from. I want to look into that though. There's too many other little moving parts to this to not look into that. Just to see, just out of curiosity. It could be absolutely nothing to do with anything. She could have just died from natural causes, cancer, anything. We don't know, but I just am curious now. That's all I'm saying. Yes, Tammy got her drugs from law enforcement to be confirmed. Rumors around Bardstown since long time. Thank you, Siggy. Could have been drug overdose. There you go. I'm even giving myself a note to look into that as to how. Just out of curiosity, not that it'll mean anything. Yes, look into it. Okay. Interesting show. I'm glad we're doing this. So is Lawson's wife deceased? Or no, she's deceased, Helen. Said she's passed. I want to know when, too.
Yeah, I don't know the details on that.
For sure. For sure when.
First time prosecutors brought up the name Tammy Lawson. She's Steve Lawson's late ex-wife, who Young believes was involved in the crime.
Okay, so she's deceased and his ex-wife. That makes it even more interesting to me. Was she deceased after being the ex-wife?
When did Rich came first?
That's what I'm saying, because
I'm assuming the ex-wife part came first.
That's what I mean. If she became an ex-wife, all of a sudden she may not be trustworthy. So, something else interesting. Thank you. On we go. I agree, Siggy. I do agree. I just put a video in your Discord from 3 weeks ago. At the beginning, they said they were submitting full trial. Really? Thank you, Glitter.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Crime. He claims she was also there on the Bluegrass Parkway where Rogers' car was later found abandoned, with her phone, purse, and keys still inside. After the hour-long hearing, Lawson in handcuffs was taken out of the courtroom. Sherry Ballard and the rest of Crystal Rogers' family now looking to the next court appearance in July. There are two big questions left to answer after this hearing. One, will the case against Steve Lawson ultimately get dismissed? And two, what part of the testimony, if any, will be fair game to use in the trial? The judge says he will take some time and issue a ruling as quickly as possible. Isaiah Kim Martinez, WHAS 11 on your side.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mark and Betty. Same here. I'm glad you're here for it. And I'm glad that you're interested in it as well, because the more of us there are, the better. Okay, hold on a minute here.
And as the courtroom emptied,
1 second here. Like I said, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I got goosebumps all at the same time when I heard that. So,
Yeah, I wonder if was there ever any talks with her, interview with her anywhere along in the case file?
That's what I'd like to.
Before she passed, that they can confirm or corroborate anything with. They wouldn't just, if she's not here to talk about it, how do you know she was there?
I want to know.
Why would you? Yeah, you can say, grand jury transcript is going to be interesting.
It is, and I want to know how long after they got divorced or separated did she pass away. That's my curiosity, because you know how things like that go, you guys, and that's what's got me. Wait a minute here, you know what I mean?
Did she know too much, and now she was a risk?
Did she make a statement? Was there a disagreement? And she said, "Oh, well, I got you by the short and curlies," and he said, "No, you don't." And guess what? So I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying I would really like to know if that's what happened, possibly. I need to check Pacer Glitter. If they actually have the documents, I do want to check it. And we're going to do a whole show on documents for sure on this, because once
there's a few places I can check that I go to for documents. Like I said, and plus we have we can go straight to the state website. I don't know how easy there is to navigate.
Right.
I wish they were all as easy as Idaho, right?
I know.
Immediately, I mean, even Florida, with all of our sunshine, we're getting a lot done, thrown down it from Stearns, but it's still not as smooth as Idaho's. You know what I mean?
Idaho is super easy and simple. You click, boom, 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 there it is. So I love it. Let's see. We can find that easy. Kentucky has a pretty good court website. We can look up when they were. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, thank you. I'm writing another note to myself. Documents. We will find documents and we will do a show, or as long as Salty's on board, either that or I will. Either way, I don't think, about
I may have the arrest affidavit. Like, I've got some things, but I don't remember what I got. I have to go look. But I'd usually go to Scribd right away, and a lot of times you'll find at least the affidavits there. A lot of times you'll find way more. Depends. There's a lot of good places to go looking for documents out there. Reddit is another good place. Twitter.
Oh yeah, Twitter's a good one, because whatchamacallit on Twitter usually has documents before they're even put out. What's his name? I pulled a lot of documents from him. I can't remember, but anyway, the docket. Thank you. Yeah, I will get documents either way, guys, because I want to do a complete other show and just go through documents and show all this stuff. So, this here was a Brooks Houck's mother stating that she avoids questions after that bombshell.
Glitter. I've done that shit.
I was literally looking all over the floor of my car for my. I mean, I've done it too. I've done it too. Okay, thank you, Mystery. If you know my email, just let me know. That's all. Either way, it makes it easier for us, and I do appreciate anything you guys do for that reason. So thank you very much. Brooks had so many people working for him. His new girlfriend, Crystal. I know she does look a lot like Crystal, doesn't she? It's very weird.
Isn't it strange? I mean, strange.
Very strange, yes. Him, her, and Lawson were very menacing to renters. I've heard that story too. But one, they were slumlords, and two, they were very threatening. So,
yeah.
You should come into Discord. It's easier to share stuff in there. Yes. And also, Nicole, if you're ever interested, let me know. I'd be more than willing to have you join us and have a conversation at some point too. It's up to you, of course, based on what you can say or not say or what you're comfortable talking about. Still accessible. Ooh, thank you, Mystery. Let me know. All right, on we go with this.
We had some questions for Rosemary Hauk, Brooke's mom. Rosemary, the special prosecutor accused you of violating Kentucky law today. What do you have to say about that?
Your son's involved in the deaths of
Did your son Nick kill Tommy Ballard?
Rogers. Anything you'd like to say?
Did your son kill Tommy Ballard, Miss Hauk? Is there anything you'd like to say? She didn't stop to provide any answers about her son Nick and the new accusations that he killed Tommy Ballard. But Tommy's dad had these final words.
I'm hoping he'll be the next one arrested.
And as the courtroom emptied, we had some questions for Rosemary Hauk, Brooke's mom. Rosemary, the special prosecutor accused you of violating Kentucky law today. What do you have to say about that?
Your son's involved in the deaths of
Did your son Nick kill Tommy Ballard?
Rogers. Anything you'd like to say?
Did your son kill Tommy Ballard, Miss Hauk? Is there anything you'd like to say? She didn't stop to provide any.
That woman looks evil. Period.
Oh, there's some stories about her out there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, there
She's
is.
apparently not a nice lady.
I've heard she was very nasty to the boys, Nick and Brooks, when they were younger. I've heard all of that. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. She looks.
And then she was recording the grand jury testimony.
Yep.
They were recording themselves. They were recording what they were being asked and recording their answers. And their plan was to all meet back up that night and compare.
Right.
But it didn't work out. They got caught. The whole family. It was crazy.
Thank God. But yes.
Maybe that's why we're getting all the grand jury transcripts, so we can, it can nicely lay it out.
Mm-hmm. I do agree. Yeah, she does look mean as hell. They have a change of venue in this case. I got really? Thank you, Jenks. Again, here, let me put my email in here. Anybody that wants to send anything, not just about this case, but any case we cover, please feel free. Every little thing can help us within, while we're trying to dig up other stuff that is hard to find sometimes. We always, the whole community always works together with this, and I appreciate it very much. It's some of the things that we can't always find right out of the gate. There is my link, or my email, sorry. Okay, moving on.
All rise. Judge Sims presiding. Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning. At this time, let the record reflect we're taking up an action that is styled Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brooks William Hauk. It's 23 CR 309. Present is Mr. Hauk with counsel, Mr. Butler, Mr. Shoring, and Ms. Jackson. Also present on behalf of the Commonwealth is Mr. Young, Ms. Young, and Mr. Lasowski. This matter is before the court today in regard to a motion to consolidate. I have reviewed all memorandums in regard to this prior to today's hearing. On behalf of the Commonwealth, are you all going to submit any evidence today or just argument?
Judge, I'm sorry. Judge, we're just going to be submitting argument this morning. I think when I say we're not going to submit any evidence, that may depend on what the defense counsel submits in this.
By the way, this is from July 8th, 2.5 weeks ago. So this is current stuff, guys. And this tells you this is ongoing right now. Okay. It has never been. That's why Salty said it never went cold. They haven't been playing with this. They've been doing the real deal with it. So, and look, there's the Wicked Witch of the West right back there. See her? God, that woman's face. Ugh. Anyway. Thank you, Butterfly. Appreciate that very much. Here's what she says. Yeah, this is what I wanted to hear about the grand jury transcripts.
Yes, but whether we need to show the court something in response to that, but we just intend to argue.
Okay. Mr. Butler, what about the defense? Any evidence that or testimony, anything you wish to present today, or is it argument also?
Judge, we're not going to present any witnesses, but we do have a transcript of September grand jury for the court that we're going to submit. We also have a pleading that is different points that Mr. Lawson made in his statements and how they developed, and we're going to use some clips as well from different points. And of course, we would incorporate the disc, I guess the flash drive we gave you previously, Your Honor, which I believe is all Joey and Steve Lawson's statements. So that would be the evidence we intend to present. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I guess it's the Commonwealth's motion, so are you ready to go forward, Michelle?
Thank you, Mark and Beth.
Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed when you're ready.
Judge, I'm just going to address a few points regarding Joinder first, and I would like to have reserve some time for us to address whatever the defendant is going to bring up in his evidence that he's going to present and in his argument. But as far as Joinder is concerned, there's some general principles regarding that, and I think the court is very familiar with it. But I wanted to give the court something that we didn't put in our brief, which is the issues that were raised in Samia. Samia, everybody knows, is a case about redaction and statements, but Samia offered the court something else, the U.S. Supreme Court, and what he said is, well, if you just sever these cases, then you don't have to worry about it, and you preserve our confrontation right, and we don't have to worry about whether the co-defendant's statement implicates me. And here's what the court had to say to that. The court said that was too great a price to pay when someone's statement implicates the other individual. They went through all the reasons that joint trials are favored. They said joint trials encourage consistent verdicts, and they allow jurors to make more accurate assessments of relative culpability. They went on to say that joint trials preserve government resources and allow victims to avoid repeatedly reliving trauma. And finally they noted that separate trials favor the last trial defendant, who always has the advantage of knowing the prosecution case before they are tried. So in that case, the court went to great pains in order to keep the cases together. Kentucky also favors joint trials when any of the charges arise from the same set of facts, and that's what's going on here. All of the co-defendants are charged out of the same set of facts and the same set of circumstances, the murder of Crystal Rogers. It's not enough for a defendant just to show some prejudice in order to sever the cases. They have to show it's unduly prejudicial if you join together. And it's not enough to show there's antagonistic defenses. In fact, that's a good reason for joinder. It's only when those antagonistic defenses mislead the jury that joinder is not appropriate. In this case, I don't think we have antagonistic defenses. At least that's what's been presented in the pleadings that we have so far. In fact, I think what we have are collaborative defenses between Steve Lawson and Brooks Howe, because the pleadings that we have in these two cases have the same misquotes, the same mistakes in them. There's obviously some form of collaboration going on in those pleadings as to a joint defense. And then in Mr. Lawson, Steve Lawson's joinder pleading, in which he adopted Mr. Howe's pleading on the joinder issue, it was completely directly opposite to what he had represented to the court on his other motion. So I think we have some collaboration going on here. I'm not even sure we have antagonistic defenses at this point. I'm going to let them argue whatever they're going to argue regarding the severance issue. I'm not sure what it is at this point, because initially it was the 410 issue, and that they needed to be able to show the statements that Steve Lawson gave and the interviews with Steve Lawson and Joey Lawson in order to present the defense of investigative bias, or this get Brooks mentality that they said they had to be able to.
What's wrong, Glitter? Why did you say, oh no? Thank you, SRB. Very much. I appreciate that. Is everything okay, Glitter? I hope.
I think she's kind of listening to the testimony here and
Oh,
commenting.
okay. I'm just making sure. I when everybody says, oh no. Oh, okay. There it is. Lost and lied, and they can prove it. Yes. Good.
Then in the second pleading that they filed, they said, we don't need to get into any of that. If the Commonwealth agrees not to present any of the statements made by Steve or Joseph Lawson, and that included, I assume they were arguing all the statements, whether they were part of the 410 or not. So I'm not sure what they're going to argue regarding that. So we'd ask some time to readdress that at the end. I think I can clear up one issue, and that's the one regarding the grand jury and Steve Lawson's grand jury. The defendant in this case has argued that Steve Lawson's grand jury, the second and third, I'm sorry, I'll take that back. The third and fourth grand jury that Steve Lawson had, because he had one in 2015, they've argued that those are a product of coercion, and that his testimony in the grand jury is a product of coercion. Steve Lawson himself has not argued that. And I don't know of anything that gives him standing to suppress Steve Lawson's statements from the grand jury when he hasn't even argued that they're a product of coercion. But if they do in fact have some standing to argue that, there are cases that talk about this type of situation. One of them is called U.S. versus Galistino. It's 617 F. 2nd 677. And that case cites Brady v. United States, which is 397 U.S. And I have the page site, which is 754 Judge. But both of those cases talk about if you're in a coercive situation as a defendant, what dissipates the coercion is advice of counsel. We use that all the time, whether it's entering a plea agreement or deciding to testify in front of the grand jury. Those are things that make that statement voluntary, including if you're giving a statement to police. That shows the voluntariness of the statement when it's given on advice of your own counsel. When Steve Lawson appeared back in front of the grand jury that third time after he had interviewed with the police, that was on the record that he was appearing that day on advice of his counsel. Now, there's something else they've raised as a grand jury that I think we can address and that may help the court with some of the issues they've raised in their pleadings. And one of those is they argued that we are going to seek to use this redaction in which we put the words other person in Steve Lawson's grand jury for when he refers to Brooks Houck. We have no intention of doing that. Those are testimonial statements. We understand our obligations under redaction, and in spite of the fact that Samia gives you some leeway on that, I think in Samia is distinguishable in the sense that Stillwell's statement in that case was necessary to show the conspiratorial relationship. We have other evidence to show that conspiratorial relationship, and I don't think that it would be necessary at all to bring up statements that Steve Lawson made in the grand jury about Brooks Houck. Now, Steve Lawson's statements about himself are coming in that he made in the grand jury. So if that helps the court resolve some of those issues, and then if we could address what they're going to argue is the reason against the severance afterwards, we appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, you handle this for the defense.
Thank you. Got all this stuff.
Sure, take your time.
Maybe approach it.
Certainly.
Side of the 410 issues in this case should be joined or not. Because obviously the court decision order on July 3rd, and that decision appears to rest with Steve Lawson as to whether or not those 410 issues are admissible. Obviously, go through those. It may come to pass that that issue also lies with Joe Wilson. He has not filed some of the same pleadings. So where that stands, I don't know. Teresa's right. There is a preference for a joint trial. But I think we start with this. Prior to the rule being that we currently have, every defendant in Kentucky has an absolute right to demand a separate trial. And the rules that we deal with now came into effect and gave a preference for a joint trial. When I say a preference, that's exactly what it is. It's a preference. It doesn't mean it's required. It means the court is required to look at each individual case separately and make a determination of whether a joint trial would be unfair. The typical case that you have, in my experience with co-defendants, is you may have a 30-minute interview. I say, Mr. Shoring, help me do the robbery. Mr. Shoring says, I helped him do the robbery. And we see those redacted out. And while there's certainly prejudice to that, theoretically, that other person, Steve Shoring, could be anybody in this room. It could be anybody in the world. This is different. And I hope I can walk you through why it's different. Number one, Brooks has a constitutional right to present a defense. Our defense is Mr. Houghton did not commit this crime, and Steve Lawson is lying. And he has to be afforded a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. So that's what.
Now that is just stupid as you can get. What in God's name would Steve and or Joseph Lawson have to gain from lying about that? Think about that. Nothing. There's nothing that they could gain from saying this is what happened and involving themselves as well.
Right.
That's just stupidity and ridiculousness.
Unless they're confronted with some sort of evidence that shows you're guilty and you need to talk to save yourself. That's how they do it, approach they take sometimes. But there's no but yeah, these guys, man.
That's about the weakest defense I've that's so pathetic. I'm sorry.
And when you don't have much of a defense, I mean, you got to go with what you got, I guess.
I mean, I guess, but damn, like, come on. Come on. Anyway, on we go.
RCR 831 says that it appears the defendant is or will be prejudiced by joinder of defendants for trial. The court shall order separate trials. Now, going back to my first point, and that's an important one. While there is a preference, as Ms. Young said, for joint trials, if there's prejudice, the court doesn't have discretion. So the rule says they shall. Next slide, please. This is the state of the law in Kentucky. In a joint trial,
Have a good night, Norma. God bless.
Hearsay statements offered as evidence against the co-defendant, the declarant himself. If the declarant does not testify, and if the statement either expressly or by immediate implication tends to incriminate another defendant. Again, coming back to the first point I made. In my example, what we typically see, where I say, you get out of trouble, Mr. Shoring, I did the robbery, it's all his idea.
Mark and Betty, I'm sorry. I've got a lot going on in my personal life right now, so my apologies if I'm not as outgoing as I normally am. I'm trying. I really am trying. I try not to show when I'm not having a good day, but sometimes it's just there. So my apologies. I hope it doesn't affect you negatively. So again, have a good night, Norma. Thank you for joining us tonight, and I hope to see you soon.
And he said, if I get out of trouble, well, I was there, but Mr. Butler, he's the one that came up with this idea. It could be anyone. In this case, we're going to show you, there's no way that any of this can be redacted without incriminating him. And if Steve Lawson doesn't testify, we lose our confrontation clause rights to cross-examine him. That's why we even referenced in our brief that if the court was going to otherwise join these cases, we even had a discussion with him about whether it was better to waive his confrontation clause rights or his due process rights. That's how important I think it is in this particular case. Go ahead, please. Here's what we believe we're talking about. So I think this court's very aware of this when I go through. You have Steve Lawson, who testifies once or twice in a grand jury back in 2015, 2016. And in those grand juries, I can't remember his one or two, it doesn't matter. He says, I had no role in this, don't know anything about Mr. House. There's even a FBI citizen informant here in 2020, and surreptitious tapes Steve Lawson. And in that, and we'll go through some of that more later, he says, I didn't have anything to do with it. I don't think Brooks Houghton had anything to do with this. Fast forward to 2023, the state government begins a grand jury investigation. his statements change dramatically over time. I think this court in its order from July 3rd actually used the terms wildly inconsistent statements. The September 2023 grand jury is the cleaned up, best Steve Lawson version to help the government. The first point, and we're trying to walk through some of these, Steve and Joey Lawson were with Brooks on a drywall job when Brooks asked them to move Crystal's car. So that's one incriminating point that is brought out in the September 2023.
So where do you remember this conversation at? No. Okay. No, I'm just saying, no, I never even did anything about I'm saying is, see, somebody, we're with folks. You, let's just have a conversation, but you got to.
Okay, I don't want to confuse anybody. They threw this into this, guys, and this is an interrogation that was done again, dated August 22nd of 2023. So this was just basically a year ago. Okay. So again, a secondary interrogation, I'm guessing that they did probably when they did the new grand jury. Okay. Or right before, I should say. So I just didn't want to throw anybody off because it just came, they threw this right into the middle of this. So maybe at first he lied to protect Brooks, and then when he was offered the deal, he cleaned up his story to try to tell. I'm wondering if if we back up a little and talk about what we were talking about earlier on. If it was a fear of some kind of something. Typically when people,
I agree with her statement. I can agree with that.
Yeah. That's very possible. I gotta think though that when people are involved in things like this, that sometimes people hold things over other people's heads. If you do this, I got that. If you say this about me, I got this on you type thing. So yeah. And again, Glitter, that's a very good point. Very good point.
Well, I think that's what it was, that he had been questioned. I think they were questioned before, and they just did their song and dance, right? And the cover, the lied. But I think that's why I wonder, were they presented with certain evidence that says, look, we got you.
Mm-hmm.
So now you need to talk to save yourself.
And then, and then like she said, we already said this, 2 + 2 = deal. Okay. If somebody was given, we heard this told already, complete and total immunity, why wouldn't you talk? If you're going to be, unless he said it, you heard him say, unless you.
Well, that's how they get people to talk. They show you, this is what we have against you. That is the only way you can, you have to have leverage to get people to talk.
Yes.
So if you don't show me what you got on me, I'm never going to talk. Right.
And prosecutors, guys, have been known to say, yeah, you have total immunity. Tell me the truth. And then when they do, it comes out that you had some deeper involvement than what you put out there to begin with. They can pull back whatever they want to pull back in some senses. Okay, it's happened. So it is what it is. But there could have been
in Lawson's case, there had not been anything in writing.
Right.
That would have been different. You know what I mean? But there wasn't anything in writing from the prosecution's office yet. I don't believe there had been.
I don't think so either. I think you're right. So it's interesting. It is interesting to see how this is going to go, because this is all new compared to everything else. So, that's right. Nobody wants to be impeached on the stand. That's embarrassing. Well, that too. I agree. Siggy, no, I don't need to spend time with my family. There's just other things going on. But thank you for caring very much. On we go.
After you put that conversation about, okay, what your answer was, I've got to take care of a woman. So they can do that. That's fine. I'll be honest, I'm not understanding that's what I'm telling you. I understand that he said it. Oh, I swear I told that. Where did the conversation between you and take place at? Or this was mentioned. The reason, here's what I'm saying, as you said this, okay? Here's what I'm saying, where did this conversation, where did Brooks tell you this thing? I would like to, if Brooks would have been that out there, maybe would be at that house right in that house. There's a house here, a lot here, and then there's a house here. We have to quit talking in, hypotheticals here. No, I'm not talking about that. Yes, we were in the truck, well, the truck. You were in the truck and goes there. That's all that's good. That's all that's good. So, what was this conversation? Talking to someone else. Okay, you're telling me that. You're understanding this. I said that to my mom. Okay, all right, and we went. So was this right before you had before then? Was this like the night before, the day of, what? I didn't say that. The night before. This is what I'm. Okay, okay, all right. So you're saying this is the night before? We don't say, I mean, and that's what I'm trying to say, when y'all said that I got out of the meeting and said something like that, I never recall ever saying anything like that. When did you say that? And I was working, it was at the bar. Okay, so did she actually there? What you were talking about? Oh, you were on the calendar, or how did that go? I'm trying to think back. A long time ago. Or what I was doing, or what I was talking about. It seems like, this makes sense, you know, but I think it will make it. Okay. I don't think it will more. Okay. I'm sure about it. Okay, this is a very important thing we have to do. Okay. Because the more stuff you say, the more truth you give, the more freedom. Yes, yes, correct. The more truth. It's only like the slate clean, the more your slate's like clean. I'm just a gift like I know saying. All right. I didn't say that. I said, talking to her. Yeah. Or somebody else walked up. Do you want to say it? Yes, I just thought that, yes, but I don't remember. All right, we're talking about precedent. Is that where you got that from? Let me say this, that's what you want to do, like y'all think we through that. That is.
Thank you so very much, Mark and Betty. I appreciate that more than you know. I appreciate everybody that comes in here with us, and I appreciate anybody spreading the word about the channel and bring people in. We really do appreciate that.
Nice.
Thank you, Tracy Dellen, Flickery Foot. Thank you for joining us tonight, Mark and Betty. That means a lot to us. It really does. You know, as we grow the channel, I enjoy having the right people in here, the people that care about true crime and the stuff that we're looking at, and that are able to grow this community and keep it the way it is. That's what I look for, and that's what I appreciate and respect. So thank you again very much.
There's a lot of familiar names in the chat that have been around for a very long time, and there's new ones, you know, and
yes,
they're all welcome. And it is a great little community. I've gotten to know a lot of the people here throughout the different cases we've covered, you know, and it's what Diego and I've talked about, that just like it was true crime, and that's what, you know, and that's what Crystal Rogers' case is. And so we appreciate the fact that you guys have heard the case, and
oh yeah,
so we're on the right track, you know what I mean, bringing you updates and things on the cases you are familiar with and do want to learn about.
Like I said, it shows me that we're in the true crime community, we're in the true crime genre. You guys talking about the case and putting the points out and giving the input that you are tells me that it's a community of true crime people, which is what we want, and that's where we've been.
Like I've said, we choose this genre, and we have to remember there are people who are still here and became here for true crime.
Exactly, and that's why we're trying to bring it back to you guys as hardcore as we can. Nothing but true crime, and it seems to be working. I'm grateful for that. You all are the ones that make this happen and allow for it to continue to happen. So
and also the effort to get the awareness out about the missing, you know, as well,
of course,
to help get that stuff out there. I mean, that's what the community's all about. So I appreciate all you guys as my little community too, because
Oh, yeah.
I'm a community member. You know, I'm right there with these guys. So I
Absolutely.
love reading their comments while we're looking at stuff or reviewing. I want to hear what they got to say too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Siggy says, I shared to Germany and US, UK, etc., seeing German but living in Quebec. Oh, thank you, Siggy.
Nice.
God bless. God bless. Detectives got him cornered in the wall. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Captain. I do agree.
Yeah.
You can watch. I wonder what he did to his hand there. I was just wondering about that too. But you can tell he's getting jittery. You know what I mean? I'm glad they threw this in here though, because I like watching these interrogations. Because it gives you a lot of info, in my opinion, too. Body
Oh
language,
yeah. A
the
good
verbiage.
interrogation's always good to watch, isn't it?
Absolutely. I love that part of it. I do. And I have as much room for anybody you can bring in here, Stiggy. Doors always open. Always open. There's Bobby. Good to see you, brother. I don't chat that often, but I do enjoy being part of this community and channel. And we enjoy having you here, Bobby. I hope you had a great birthday the other day, my friend. Again. Oh, no, I'm not leaving yet. We got some more to go. Don't worry. Don't worry. You're good, Paula.
But I can say, honestly, I got superior woman. Like, I don't know how to just have that feeling. I say, because the person that says, okay, says that in their statement, that they understood that person was going to be dead and that you were doing the world a favor because they were going to go. Did Brooks ever mention the fact that she was a lawyer? Not that I've ever found. Then he ever said that she was with them. What was your answer? Yes. Yes. What prompted you to make this statement to someone else based upon your conversation with Brooks? What was that conversation? Like before I got on that up and say something wrong. There, over here. I enjoy it. Like, and she wouldn't like run that way. And somebody was running out here. Okay. I'm liking it with all the same thing, and I'm not over it. And I'm liking it was.
Stop for a second. So, well, that was an interesting clip. If you look at him, when they ask about who was running the Bobcat, he immediately answers because it's telling the truth. The rest of it, you see, here's what they're trying to do. And again, their motivation, I don't know. But what happens is, in October of 2015, a lady goes to the police department and says that Steve Lawson got out of Brooks' house truck and said he had to take care of a lady with 5 kids and methamphetamine. So it wasn't right away. But that's what she says. Now, mind you, there's absolutely no evidence that I've seen in the bazillion pages of discovery that ever indicated that Ms. Rogers was on methamphetamine. None whatsoever. They just gloss over that. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get him to corroborate that statement. And as you can see from the very first clip, I'll go through the rest, he has no idea what we're talking about. None whatsoever. And you see they feed the exact thing that this lady says in this October 2015 statement to him. And you see the progression of how ultimately we get to the grand jury where it looks perfect. It fits like a glove.
That conversation. When you had a conversation. Okay. From that conversation, you felt the need to tell someone you have to take care of the woman about that 5 kids. And so this is where you're at crossroads. Okay, this is the stuff that's hard for you that you're coming out of your own mouth. I get it. Okay, but this you can't tell me. I'm not a liar or nothing. Okay, but you can't tell me that you remember telling somebody about the conversation. You don't remember the conversation. It doesn't work for me. Right? So what I'm saying is, you need to think whatever it is, that's fine. That's what we need the details of this conversation. Right? What I'm asking is, what was the conversation between you and Brooks? I don't, but this is facts, and I don't ever remember him saying nothing about it. Maybe I'll throw that in there. I don't know. No, that's a fact.
So tell us about this conversation. What was the conversation? You were there. You know, what was the conversation?
Well, I said we were sitting in the truck here. We got to that point. You just sitting there. I don't think I'm going to fight. But I'm going to tell you something that ain't so. Then you can do this out. But something like this. With all the way, 1,000 you keep up. I'm sorry to tell you, this is exactly what happened. He said whatever, however he said whatever.
Now, obviously, the problem with this is the court knows. The detectives in their minds have decided what they believe the truth is. The whole time this is going on, through all these interviews, they are continually telling him, this is your life. You're going to go to prison for the rest of your life. You're going to go to prison for 20 years. Go screw your deal up. I promise the deal of a lifetime. Never seen anybody get a deal like this. And then they'll come back over and over and over again, and they'll say, this is it. This is really important. We got to have this. We got to have this. And ultimately, they'll get where they want to go.
I think he did that for you. Exactly. Well, I just like that. Well, to me, God is God. That don't mean, you know, I'm going to force you, you're going to go your way, I'm going to go my way. God means God. Yes. And I'm pretty sure it's the same thing, yeah. Correct?
Same thing.
Maybe they did, they don't. That's why I'm saying, you know, this all, yeah.
Let's quit, let's just.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Out of the picture, that's the best word I can use. You know, I don't really know how to get that. You know, I that's not.
What did he ask you?
Basically, could you move a car if I need you to move a car? So that means, it is my opinion. It ain't what he says, it's my opinion. That basically, I don't know, he said personally. You know, do something to be in the beginning. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, you know, that.
When you just said you didn't have that kind of reach or have that kind of connection, what would prompt you to say that? What did he say that would prompt you to think or say that you don't have that kind of reach?
Well, when you tell me what you want to go, I mean, why are you telling me this? Why are you telling me? I ain't got that kind of reach. Yeah. Or maybe you just. Maybe. Or maybe. Even. So, like, this is the main stuff we're holding up today. Y'all have something on y'all mind that I've got there doing something.
No, there's something there. And we're missing some steps. Totally call it. Okay. That's major, and you're going around, you're missing very little.
This is what I'm thinking.
Stop. You're something, I'm going to tell you about.
You know, it can't go for I got a stupid question. That's not a stupid question. Y'all might not get.
The questions in here are stupid.
Y'all might not get each other. I want $3,000 for my campaign. If y'all have it, $1,000. And I'm not here for this. I'm not one deal. That's not a shot.
Where's he here? I think we got to clear it all up. We've been all over the place. Let's go.
I'd like to go outside and go move in. So we've been working on Mr. Rose. So we're down the home, I remember when, how, where, how it was. Today, I said, what, what's got some work needs to do? I said, what does he got that he needs some rock for? I said, what have we got? I said, "Well, I go say tomorrow." So we ride out there and we enjoyed it. I said, "I go to work to drive it up." Got there, he said, "Well, I need this lot, this lot, this lot, and that lot." He tracked up. Okay, good enough. Give him a price. He went to America. I don't remember if it was that day or the next day. You told me 2 or 3 days, I'd say that. George spoke to her first. Yes, we'll have to move on. He said, "Hey, I have to move on." Hey, we'll go move on. That's what we'll do. And that's it. Just tell me what went up. We're gonna move on. I don't know where Joey went from that point. I don't know if he's up here or down there. I don't give a shit where he's at. Brooks, truck always parked up there at his house, but that's time, most times, once they park wherever he's trying at. Have a conversation with him. You know, I don't like this, we don't get along. He never called her over, that's what I believe. He, I will work out. I said, I said, I will work out. Okay, you work out. First, like I said, I didn't say straight up now. I would help you with the law. And I didn't tell him that. He said, "Look, I'm gonna use the word jacket. And me in the direction." Somebody getting something like that. But is that good like crazy? I mean, you know, shoes, you gotta know the direction to get. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We say, "Well, that ain't how you did it right. I don't know how to get it perfect." I got looked at, I got in the truck, I was walking over, said, "Hey, man, they talked to me." I said, "Oh, I'm pretty sure he said that, well, I'm not sure about that, so." I'm like, "Yeah, what do you do?" He said, "You know, in prison." And we not get along, or any bad words or whatever we call it there. I mean, it's all the same thing. They're not getting along. When, you know, my work at the end of the day, you know, I hate to chew your old lady and get along. Because I don't get along with my old lady, so I'm just like, say it to me. Well, that's not what I mean. What do you mean? Well, basically, I hate her. How's that? I'm like, okay, well, that's not a good thing. He said, "I like to see her. I would like to see her. Okay, that's the way it's going. I like to see her. I guess it's got to be what it's going. If you like to see her now, he's got, you know, like, now, what do you say?" And I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I think he doesn't have God. To me, and that's the way I interpret it. So I mean, just an evil person. Is it? Then whatever you have, you will say there.
Going back to the first, obviously, we put some of this in our section on 410. So if we go back to the beginning of 410, there is no way we excise that out without incriminating Brooks out, because they're gonna have the witness who came forward in October who says she saw Steve Lawson get out of that vehicle, and that's why that was so important to them to try to corroborate that. And you see the progression all the way through. So in a joint trial, set aside the 410 issues. That stuff directly implicates Brooks South, and he is narrowed to the only person in the world. So this decision shouldn't hinge on what Joey and Steve Lawson choose to do with their 410 privileges. We are a case where we are unduly prejudiced by being in the same trial with these people. That's why I'm going to show all these clips from just these 2 points. You have a multitude of other points there. And you can go through and listen, as I said, to countless times where it kind of the goalposts will change. And you heard my June 8th interview, you know, you're almost there. You're going to go home. He does go home.
Thank you, Leslie.
We get to the next point. We got to get the next point right. We got to get to the next point right. We got to get the next point right. Try to fit this all together. And I can't say it enough. None of this is admissible against Brooks. So all of this is a joint trial. All of this.
Okay, guys, I just realized we've been in here almost 4 hours. And we are going to be coming back, so I can play the rest of this soon. Thank you, Doodle, because I do want to pull documents. I want to go over these documents in depth with you guys, open some stuff up, break it down. I really want to get in touch with this case and get some stuff out there to everybody to see it for what it is. And I, again, thank you, Salty. I really appreciate you joining me and helping me with this and your input and knowledge and all of that too. It means a lot to me.
Oh, no problem. And their take on this, their direction they're going is just like, they were leading him and things
Yes.
like that and all that. But geez, man.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much we're going to get from this part here.
No.
But I wanted you guys to see what happened because this
Yeah.
is new. Like I said, this came out July 8th, which was just a few weeks ago. So, but there's
Yeah,
more.
because they are doing a lot of, like I said, they're going through a lot of motion hearings as of lately, and I do need to take a look at those a little closer
Yeah.
and see what they've actually done. I know of a few of them, but I need to go make sure before we.
Yes. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Tracy, thank you. Flickery, sorry. I appreciate that very much. So I'm gonna do another show on this very soon, actually. As soon as I can pull documents. And it may even be tomorrow. We'll see what happens. I may keep rolling with this as a little series until we get through it. Because it's very
there's a couple of good things you can still watch that that I can link you to that that are really good, just
and I have
stories of
more
the
too.
town. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know you do.
definitely.
And so there is a lot, like we said, to unpack in the beginning. So
Yeah.
we
and I
appreciate
could've-
you guys coming in and hanging out and being a
So
part
much.
of it with us.
So much. Also, I want to throw something up here real quick. My email address is on screen. Whoever is in here by the name of Gavin, please email me. I want to have a conversation with you real quick about something. I appreciate you very much, all of you very much, for everything. I appreciate everybody that has, again, donated to the channel to help the family in different variations. You guys are amazing. I appreciate everybody. Yeah, exactly, Doodle. Thank you so very much. Let me see here. The Black Swan verdict came in, and I didn't get it either. I don't know what the verdict was. I wasn't following that case. I heard about it, knew about it, but I didn't follow it.
Loosely followed on my end.
I knew what it was. I just never followed it. So,
yeah.
So guys, I will, depending on what happens tonight, I'm going to try to maybe pop back in here in a little bit and do a late thing. It's not going to be this because I want to keep this together on its own separate thing. I may just come back in just to BS, depending on what happens here. It's not a promise, and pray to God the storm stays away too. But it's just now being read. Okay, SRB, thank you. For those of you that are late nighters, night owls, like I said, I might be back in here. Just look for it to pop up. I can't promise it. I have to see what the boss lady in here wants me to do tonight. And
at Crimson Moon, we're glad to share this case. This is a case Dago and I've talked about off and on for a while now. And every time we would go to talk about it, there would be a case currently pop. You know what I mean? Coming
that's
up.
what happens every time.
And then we got and
that's why I haven't been able to bring it. And I was sitting here today and I said, you know what? I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it and get it over with and get it going.
Get started.
Yeah, because I knew it was gonna be more than one night. Okay. Or one day.
And we are still planning to bring a Delphi presentation out, and we've got a couple of things that we've want to present and talk about, so we'll let you guys know when we're going to do that.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Mr. Steve from True Crime Web, you heard him tonight. He said, I'm yours. Set the date. He's going to be joining us at some point too, which I'm super excited and grateful for because he very much knows what he's doing. And he's very good at it. So, and I also have Susbusters threw something at me at some point. I'm working on that and getting a case talked about that she threw at me. That's very important as well. We got stuff coming either way, guys. A lot of true crime and nothing but true crime stuff. So I hope you guys are here for it because that's what it's about. I'm grateful for all of you that are here that have stood by the channel from day one to now, through the good, the bad, the ugly, all of it. And you guys are amazing people. I love this community once again, just for the people that you are. So thank you for that. Like I said, Leslie, I'm going to say it's a 50-50 chance that I'll be back in here in a little while. Okay. Cause it's 10:30 now, but the boss lady is the boss lady. Believe me, I don't want to go either, but I got to do other things too. So thank you all very much. Salty, again, thank you for Captain Tanks. Thank you for being here for it. And Salty, thank you for being here too.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for all your questions and your input. It's really appreciated.
Yeah, I'm beyond. I'm overwhelmingly kind of excited and grateful to see your guys' input on this and the influx of comments and stuff. It's amazing. That's what it's all about. That's why we're doing this, guys. This takes me back to when I first started doing this, and I love it. I absolutely do. And I thank you for that. So absolutely all of you guys, thank you again, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Once again, Salty, thank you so much. I appreciate you. You know that.
You're welcome. All right, good night, chat. Maybe we'll see you in a little while.
Yes. Other than that, guys, like I said, don't change anything. You guys are amazing, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, everyone.